always hot. Sorry, I'm just fucking up it. All right. Well, wait, there wasn't a countdown, was it? Oh, I did. Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. I'm in a mood. I'm FoxyJira. This is Final Fantasy X. I'm going to be speedrunning the no sphere grid category, specifically with the cutscene remover mod. So we're going to cut out about 5.5 hours of cutscenes out of this game. I believe we have two incentives right now. One is for the laughing cutscene after the Blitzball game in Luca, and then one other is a bit of a stretch goal, which is to get me to sing Tsuteki Dane, which in the Final Fantasy speedrunning community is a bit of a tradition to sing like the end theme with the game, basically, if you ever PB. So we'll see if I PB here. There's a lot of room for improvement as I've been learning this category. I'll still be referencing my notes and stuff like that as we go on. But for the most part, we're good to go. I will say that I will be doing active RNG tracking during this run. So there'll be a lot of times where I'm playing the game one-handed and also like using my keyboard to type stuff in and like double check things and see what's like coming up next just to make sure that the run's as safe as can be. So yeah, Sin, whoever is ready, are we ready for a countdown?
So I have an idea. What if we have a drink of a non-alcoholic beverage every time you have to run into that big plant creature?
That's 106. That's over 130 drinks of a beverage. I don't think I have that much volume in my stomach. Honestly, I don't have enough root beer or sparkling water to get me through that. So, and I will have to use the bathroom in the middle of the run if that is the case. So,
okay, bad idea. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready. Maybe we can make it a donation incentive. The more times you run into that creature, the more things we have to donate.
Yeah, we could do that. We'll do. We'll see. All right, so I'm gonna use bees in the standard sphere. It doesn't matter because it's like the experts. Then like we're just getting flea specifically. That's kind of the category. So just to make the category more runnable and just more consistent, we still get the flea ability, but that's literally the only time we're going to be using the strict in the entire run. So yeah. We're going to get started. We're going to use the original soundtrack because if you don't use that, there's something wrong with you. And 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So we recently got a new update to the cutscene remover, so that there's more gameplay is the best way to say it. And so just because out of typical stuff for me, we're naming Titus Chadley for good luck. We didn't do any incentives for naming here just because there's a lot going on and it's just faster for me to not have to worry about it. But yeah, so we instantly skip all of that stuff. It's great. We do the, our hero eject, gone, vanished in thin air sort of deal. And we skip all of that. And so the first thing I'm going to be doing is actually prepping myself. So I maybe heard during the transition earlier that I have a specific setup with my the way because I'm running this on HD on Steam, and so I can make it so that my controller inputs are separate from any other inputs that I will have while running the game, so I can type things in on my keyboard, etc., and not have to actually be like clicked into the game directly. So the first 6 attacks of the game, which the very first attack is Titus defending because that skips a spine attack on a synth spawn later, will be Orin Titus, 6 ways through, and then through those values, I will know the exact RNG that I'm going to get for the rest of the game. So it's pretty great. There's a lot of ways to not abuse this, but you can get yourself a set seed, etc., to make the run more viable. But sometimes you can. So 528. If people want to count this out with me, so I don't get mixed up. So 528, 137, 268. Yeah, but you can set a seed to make sure that like every time you run the game it is consistent, but that can take anywhere from 5 minutes to 40 minutes, so it's definitely not always worth it. So especially for things like a marathon setting. So the biggest reason is All right, and you guys don't see anything that's popping up on my screen. That is totally fine. You don't need it. I do. So there's basically impossible that I'm going to be getting a lightning steal this run, which really is kind of annoying. Oh man, the RNG here is not great, but we'll deal. So
marathon luck, right?
Yeah, marathon luck. That's totally okay. So I've clicked into the game real quick because I use my keyboard to type in orange overdrive for this one real fast. No crits there, no big deal. We're just going to attack once the Titus, get a crit, nice, and then we're going to use the overdrive, or Titus overdrive here just for damage. But at the same time, in no sphere grid, we actually want to get Titus's slice and dice overdrive. So we're going to be using his overdrive 10 times, and the more we use it, the better. So yeah. So I know that I'm actually going to get swimming down through the underwater ruins. I'm going to get one encounter, and it's going to be 2 piranhas. And then as well as that, I'm going to get 3 encounters on the Besaid Lagoon, 2 of which are ambushes. So this is looking real good. Can't really, say otherwise. Excuse me. So I can steal from Troche. Click 3 times. Oh, the 4th is a fail. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I will need to do that. Let's see. Liquid steels, bright bangles, metal bangles. Yeah. Yeah. We definitely did not get any sort of good RNG with this one, which is fine. There's ways around it and ways that we can deal with it. It just makes one of the other boss battles later, the extractor specifically, a little bit more tumulus, but that's totally fine. So here we typically actually follow the regular any percent route pretty closely up until we go to Kilika, which is totally fine. And from there, everything kind of splits off of just us trying to do our best, basically, to mitigate damage. And we're going to be healing quite a bit more than we normally would. All right, so we look at the stuff here. Again, let me double check my count of grenades. So we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna do this here. All right. So good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. Perfect. All right, we still get a. Oh no way! I'm actually gonna get a lightning steal off of this. That's actually kind of crazy. Wow. Okay, so we got extremely lucky. There are lots of places that a lightning steal can pop up. It's just super not unlucky, but unlikely that it will happen at the end of the day. So that is actually crazy. So you can get a drop from the Dingo and also the Deinonyx in Kilika Woods, and the Dingo that is in like the tutorial section after we get Waka in our party is going to drop me a lightning steal, which is absolutely insane. Wow, that's crazy. I haven't had that happen since like I think not one of my earlier like regular any percent runs, but I like definitely when I was starting to get more into the game. That's actually kind of crazy. So yeah, that's awesome. Okay. So coming up, everything here is going to be totally fine. I'm going to steal 3 times from Click, which is the mini boss sort of where we get introduced to Riku. The second steal is going to fail, but I will get 2 steals. I'm going to steal from the other 2 piranha from like the chain encounter that I mentioned, and then I'm going to kill 1 piranha and then steal from it. And then we'll perfectly have 6 grenades, which is what we need to kill Troche. But I will get ambushed by Troche, which will suck. And then I'm also going to get a 4 piranha ambush in Lagoon, which if you get a 4 piranha Lagoon and any of them are ambushes, that's almost a minute of time loss just from like the enemies having turns, which is the absolute worst thing. So yeah, that's kind of nutty. But the biggest thing coming up later to mention is so we have to, for the route, take around 140 encounters with Lord Ochu in Kilika Woods. And that's all that simply does is every 30 encounters, the Aeons in the game just get like a buff. And so from that, basically we're preparing so that we can basically defeat a lot of bosses in late game that way. So Aeons are going to be like a very heavy mid game push, whereas in any percent, we really wouldn't. We'd only use them a couple specific places, and then like at the end of the game, mid game we use in specific places. Mostly use Titus for damage dealing, picking up this ether just for money or gil later, and in any percent you use Bahamut, and then a lot of this late game is basically just using Riku's overdrive trio of 4/9s to absolutely mop the floor with bosses in a very specific fashion. So very just like par for the course in the sense that like 10 is a very scripted game in terms of RPGs. So they have to hit click 6 times for it to die, just based off HP. So every hit I'm going to count 1, and every crit counts for 2 hits. So that's 4 hits, 5 hits, and then hopefully I don't get hit here. That's fine. So we'll just go ahead and take the 6th hit. No big deal. Riku comes in, and we have to throw 1 grenade, and then after that, I'll be healing 3 times with her. So I will be healing as needed, but for now we're just going to deal. So 1 grenade, nice miss. Nice crit. You can actually also track crits and those sorts of things through another like available tab in the tracker, but it's just really hard to keep track of that at the end of the day. So it's really only used for like runners who are what do you call it? Like very in depth, are using set seeds consistently. Those sorts of things. So please hit Riku at least once. Thank you. And so typically you want to kill click by a turn set where you get 4 turns in a row. And there we go. All right. No big deal here. So we talk to Riku and we swim downward. Like I said, we're going to get a double piranha encounter where I'm going to steal from both of them. And Titus will kill both. Wow, okay. I'm still really surprised by that whole Dingo RNG, because that is absolutely insane that we'd get that drop. Like it's I don't know how rare it is, but it is very rare. Oh, overkill, nice. Didn't need it at all, but hey. And Titus got his turn first. That's actually a pretty funny turn order. They're usually single piranhas move very fast, so a lot of the time they will get an attack off before you can do anything. So yeah. We'd actually, in an 80% run, I'd be feeling pretty good about this, which is kind of crazy. All right. Now that we know what we're getting, we can go and scroll through my encounters. We have, okay, we're looking pretty good on this set. So you can do either an even or an odd number of Ochu encounters, which kind of jumbles up the RNG value that, makes up your encounters. And from that, we can make it easier on ourselves to understand what sort of like, stuff we're going to get at the end of the day. So I'm just quickly going to kill this one set so that they only get 1 turn. Well, they'll still get 2 turns, but they're not going to get 4 as we would expect, is the best way to say it, instead of 3. So if Titus crits here, which I swear I didn't plan that. If Titus crits here, then we're good. So yeah, so they only got 1 turn. That's actually a pretty good start. 3 speed spheres is really good if this was an 80% run. All right, and we have 6 grenades ready to go. I won't be killing anything else for the rest, like in random encounters, basically for quite some time. So right now I'm just messing with the number of Ochu encounters that I want, which actually I might take 1 less. I'm gonna take 1 less encounter, because then I get a lot more preemptives and only 1 single ambush, which is much better. Multiple ambushes just take up so much time at the end of the day. And I also get better bomb encounters, which is just even better. So, all right. And as I mentioned, we get a Tros ambush here, which kind of sucks, which means Riku takes some damage, which 56 is actually nothing, so no big deal. And we're just going to go through and grenade our way to the end of this. Oh, and a crit too? Wow. Okay. This is something else, actually. The number of crits I've gotten to start this run. All right. Which that's so good. That basically just skips so much. And I want to heal Titus here because I know I'm going to be getting those Piranha ambush encounters. But I do need to kill the set that I'm going for. So we've technically got 3 grenade hits. We're going to go for a 4th, 5th. And then our 6th will... Oh my... Wait, it should be dead. Did I... I think I slightly under-damaged. Hey, what's up, PDO? All right. Actually, we're just going to stand by here, make sure I'm healed. And then that kind of sucks. I think I should have technically killed there, but either we barely under-damaged or didn't, so that's totally fine, though. All right.
May I interject for a moment here?
Hey, Shma, my boy. Hello. Welcome to the party.
Hello, everybody. Quick change on the hosting station here, because apparently all you speedrunners out there are so good at your jobs that this one is taking place like an hour earlier. And since it's like in the wee morning hours for me, I technically overslept for my shift. So very sorry about that, but I'm here now. Like I said, I'm Ashma. I'm going to be hosting this run for the next couple of hours, actually. We're going to be here for a while. So very excited to finally see this run live, because last time I also kind of forgot it because it wasn't the wee morning hours again. But now we're finally here. So hello, everybody. And already quick reminder, keep your donations coming. You know, even though it's very early in the morning for me, it's not for some of you guys. So we are trying to save the planet here bit by bit by bit. So, you know, donations, we want them. We have prizes, we have incentives. Keep them coming.
How you doing? It's been a while, I feel like, since we've chatted.
Absolutely was. I mean, you know, since it's literally like 1:30-ish in the morning for me, you know, it's I just got up a couple of minutes ago because, you know, I thought, yay, I have like an hour to go before this run is going to start.
Nope.
I'm just kind of getting into the groove here.
I gotta out Sin a little bit because he was like, "Did you tell Hman that your run's starting an hour early?" And I was like, "What? Why would I tell him? He's not complicated." Right. And he was like, he's your host," and I'm like, "That's your problem." Yeah, I don't understand. But yeah,
the thing is, I specifically wanted to host this run because I wanted to see it finally during a marathon.
Yeah.
You know, the time of the day be damned, but well, here we are, right?
I'm so proud of you. If you were doing this, I would have been like, "Nah, bud, I'm sorry. I'll watch it later." Like, I value sleep way too much.
I'm just this committed to go ahead and watch you do this run because I'm so pumped to see it.
Good.
As should you as a viewer, you know, because this is pretty good.
This is going to be good stuff. Okay. Oh, thank God. So we just sat through what most people would consider to be pure pain with the fact that it's 4 Piranha ambush. So the entire team of 4 of them gets to attack once each. And then 2 of the enemies also outspeed us. So there's a chance that they can just go before us and get 6 turns before we even get anything to do. It's easy to lose like an easy minute on this, but based off of this right now, which I'm happy to take this, and you see they got a 3rd turn, we're actually going to get a weapon that we really, really want for later in the game, which is absolutely insane. It's got to be like a 2% random drop or something like that, rather than like, I wouldn't call it a 50-50 shot, but like a 30 or 40 shot based off of like the tracking that I'm doing through this. So we got some bad RNG, but we're making it work. Also, Hma, I hope you're ready to just take another like quick little like 15-minute power nap. because after this little section, I get to go run into battle with a single enemy about 137 times.
I mean, to be fair, that is the thing that I actually saw you practice, like, when was it, Wednesday or something, when I caught a glimpse of this run for a while. And I'm actually glad I'm here so we can goof around a little. Because apparently you would have been alone otherwise.
Yeah.
But it also gives me time to talk about that incentive real quick, because we do have one for this run, which is the Titus Laugh incentive, where everybody who is on comms at this point is supposed to laugh along with Titus in the infamous cutscene. I mean, you all know the one, right? This game isn't exactly new when it comes to that, so you should know the Titus Laugh. We are already on our way to get that incentive met, but we still need a little push. We need about another $100 or so to make that happen. So, everybody out there watching, if everybody donates $1, we will absolutely go ahead and meet that incentive. So, go ahead, donate a little bit of money so we can have a laugh, literally.
Have a nice little laugh.
Right.
Hopefully your neighbors don't think you're crazy at 2 in the morning.
I will laugh so hard that I will wake everybody up in this house. I am ready for that. They are not, just as I was not to actually be here like already 80 minutes ago or so.
It's already been 18 minutes. Okay. I just don't think about time. I don't think about time when I'm running this game, because if I do, then I just feel pain. It's like, yeah, you spent 5 hours, speed running this game. It's okay. Don't feel hurt.
Did I spoil that you actually had horrible RNG so far?
No. I ruined it myself. So I'm doing RNG tracking, so I can literally. It'd be funny to show this to the people. Just how much I have in front of my screen right now, with information, because it's a lot. It's very curious and it's a lot of fun, but it's to sit through and I played the game one hand that entire time for the first the first 10 minutes I was basically playing the game one-handed while I build things out, use my mouse, and I'm just running around with my left hand, mousing with my right. It's interesting, but yeah. This is gonna be great. Okay, but yeah, aside from that, there was one other. Oh yeah, there actually is one other incentive, Ashma. That is, I think it's $300 for at the end of the game. I mentioned this before at the start of the run, but whenever a Final Fantasy runner PBs, and then so it's one of the, I guess, the PS2 era games, the PS1 era games that have songs at the end of them. If you PB, you're supposed to sing the song along those lines. And so I think for $300 it's for me to sing Tsuteki Dane, which is all in Japanese, and I don't speak Japanese outside of anime.
That is absolutely correct. There is that incentive too, but first of all, you want to have a laugh like we're already having here, but we don't want to have the Titus laugh. We want to have the Titus laugh being met, and then we can worry about Tsuteki Dane.
Yes, correct. We'll have a lot of time to meet Tsuteki Dane. A lot of time.
But how is your chance of being tonight?
It's actually not bad. I don't have a timer open right now, which I should have, but I think that would have just made me more stressed out than anything.
I mean, with everything you have to do during the run already, with keeping track of RNG, making doing the actual run, for 5 hours, that is no small feat in and of itself.
Indeed. But yeah, I guess the best way to say it, because we use a loadless timer, it's about 7 to 8-ish minutes that I will be using, I'll be losing in real time. So that's what we can kind of compare it to at the end of the day. So I gave myself about 30 minutes of leeway for a lot of things that can go wrong in this run, because it is so very tight. There's so much where you have to constantly be switching characters out, and if you miss one switch, then you're just dead and you have to start over. So that's
sounds fun.
Yeah, it's great, and I'm I might as well just submit this to ESA, right? Just nice and chill. So,
absolutely.
Yeah. See how it goes. Finally get my submissions in, even though I've only submitted one game so far.
Well, you still have 3 days or so left to do that.
Perfect. Yeah. But either way, yeah. So this part we're just learning about like different characters and their specifics and how they're supposed to be used against specific enemies. We learn about like magic elements, fire and ice, lightning and water, etc. So this is a water fiend, so we're going to be using thunder, which is of the lightning element, and then moving on from there. So the next boss battle we have coming up is the Kamari fight, which Kamari just kind of jumps around and like tests you on whether you're good enough for like, you know, like, because I guess he doesn't like you because I don't know, like anime stuff or something. So we get in a nice little kerfuffle with the big blue hairy man. And then the biggest thing that going through here is there's three things that I'm looking for. Either my average damage per hit is above 125, I get a crit, or I get 2 misses. And so if I get a crit, then I don't have to worry about my damage because there is a point that if I did get hit enough that I would have to heal at the end of one of Kamari's hits. But with the crit, I don't have to worry about it. And then I also got 2 misses, so that's actually like really good RNG, I guess. The best thing would be multiple crits, just because you know he has 750 HP, but otherwise not a big deal. So we're through it. I got a metal shield, that's perfect. And so here, I don't have to switch anybody out. We have a lot of forced fights along this road. So we're going to be fighting a Garuda next, but this fight is specifically just going to be summoning Veilfor, our first Aeon, and using Thunder to win. So we charge our overdrive and then use that on the next boss fight. So.
A flyer. True. Why don't we let our
So out of curiosity.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, all I was going to say is basically. Oh man, what was I trying to say? So everything up to this point is basically still any percent for the most part. Nothing really crazy here. Trying to think of what I was actually trying to say.
It's interrupted you at just the right moment. Yeah. So out of curiosity then, like if you compare it to a quote unquote normal run, like, you know, if you run the any percent route, it takes about 3-ish hours with the cutscene remover.
Yeah,
but if you were to run but if you were to run this category without the cutscene remover, you know, the no circuit, how long would that run actually take?
No, sir. So I guess it's about an hour difference between the two. It's so everything that we do in the game, like I would say cutscenes in general take off about 5.5 hours of the game. And yeah, so you have that much free time whenever you're speedrunning this casually. Nice. For the most part. Or I say speedrun casually, but you know what I mean.
I mean, you can basically watch 2 full movies while you're running this game if you, you know, like pause it every time.
Yeah, literally.
You actually have to play.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing with like tracking. At the end of the day, is a lot of the tracking that you would normally be doing is during those cutscenes, but I'm just doing it on the fly. So if you're wanting to learn this run, it's actually super simple. So we're supposed to we got a bright arm guard, perfect. This next fight, I'm gonna switch out Waka because he's supposed to be like the titular, like, hey, here's an ability, like this is how you use like darkness and silence, and like you kind of learn about what he can do. But they're just gonna like, hey, Waka, it's your show, and then we run away. So,
Waka?
All right. So I need to make sure that I'm going to do this right. So I need to kill the dingo first just to make sure I get the drop that I want to get. So that is one thing I have to pay attention to. So I'm hoping Titus gets his turn first here. Otherwise, I might take a little bit of a detour here to make sure I get what I want. Okay, I'm switching to Waka, and I'm just going to defend here. There we go. That's fine. Waka gets hit. It's Condor. All right, so we're going to defend. We're going to get hit by water once. No big deal. Just to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. Because with this tracker that I'm using, a lot of it is preloaded, I guess, with like a lot of the manual inputs that I would be doing. So I get a lightning steal right here. Perfect. And then we don't have to worry about that later. All right. So we're on track. But yeah, 5.5 hours. A lot of the tracking you would be doing would be during those cutscenes. So it's just a lot to learn this game. And with CSR, and also learn to track at the same time. I think it's a little bit inhibited my time to get PBs, but it's not a huge deal. So we're going to talk to a couple people here just to get some extra items that we'll be selling off later to make sure we get enough gil for an item that we want, or for a specific weapon that we want later. Shouldn't be too much, but no big deal. A lot of that, we're not going to get this much gil or other items otherwise, so that's kind of the big thing. All right, so now we skip all the little bits of, you know, Yuna being the summoner's daughter, high summoner's daughter, Waka not understanding what fame is like, and then also just going straight into the battle. So here we're going to be using, like, showing off the first kind of big use of Veilfor and how much damage Aeons can do in the early game. And so what would be happening here is Sin is coming up along the boat. You're like, oh my god, it's Sin, and then, you know, going from there. So as I mentioned earlier, a lot of Final Fantasy X is extremely scripted, and it's being able to get through the scripted moments very fast and kind of on the fly a little bit in some ways about what enemy formations that you can see for the most part. So we're doing Lancet and Thunder just to make sure that even if we min damage with Veilfor, we can still get the kill with min damage. We can still like get the kill basically. So I'm going to switch weapons here, which doesn't matter, just to make sure I get an earlier turn order. Kind of playing this by ear.
Everybody wave at the space whale.
Wave at this, yeah, wave at the space whale.
Hey.
It's so funny, like how, I guess, bad this looks. It's not to be mean, but like you just can definitely see that like the fin is not connected to anything, and it's just like, wow, like you literally just like let this go, you know what I mean?
Look, we just established it's a space shuttle, right? He just destroys the space-time continuum, so you can't actually see that it's connected to a different plane of existence or something like that, I suppose.
Exactly. All right.
Also, early 2000s game, like, holy crap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're getting it so, we're being so mean. So here I'm just going to immediately overdrive with my Spiraler Cut, just because, like I mentioned earlier, we want to use our overdrive at least 10 times before we get to the third Seymour fight in the game, so that we can, oh no, that's, wow, you still got to hit with Darkness on, boo, so we can still like basically use that overdrive to get enough damage. But yeah, so anytime a character goes under 200 HP, I'll be healing with potions, which we're getting dangerously close to that already, because they just like to attack Titus, I guess, or Chadley in this case. But yeah, so we now use Spiral Cut twice. We need to use it 8 more times. There are at least 3 more places in the run where we could use it early. One of them is a bit wishy-washy depending on who gets attacked with certain things. But it's not a huge deal. It is a time sink later, but it's not as bad as you would think it is. So it's all well planned out and ready to go. So the main thing we really want is that nobody goes under 200. Oh, I forgot to use Dark Attack. Haha. But the main thing you really want is that nobody gets hit. But Waka getting hit is like, we just want to make sure that Titus is able to keep attacking without like really worrying that much, because he is our main damage dealer at this point. So. All right, this is a little rough because they're both going to go under 200. Probably should have early healed, but that's no big deal. We're going to, by the time you blunder twice, you're already pretty close to, you're already pretty close to the HP cap. So we missed one attack basically because of the, Walk at Death. That's unfortunate. So I will have to actually mark that in my tracker. And just hope that I don't die. I guess, like, oh, nice miss. Wow. There we go.
I mean, we have to get this marathon on track again somehow, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So no pressure if you just die like, an hour in or something. It just puts us back on track for the actual schedule.
Yeah, totally fine. Totally fine. All right. So here we get an Ice Moomba and a Blue Shield. That is exactly what I expected. And a Blue Shield is actually really good because in a later fight that I mentioned, we actually want to have like water resistant armor because the boss that we're fighting does do water based attacks. So that actually helps quite a bit that we got that. So something that I'll prepare for later. So there's a kid that runs around, says that he wants to be a blitzball someday when he grows up, but we don't talk to him. We just know that his dream is our dream, and we will make it come true one day. So, all right, we talked to Waka because a lot of what the cutscene remember does is it still makes us do the story beats so that when we're like speedrunning an actual any percent run, we aren't just forgetting to do things randomly. Is the best way to say it. But with this coming up, all we're going to be doing here is the quick Lancet tutorial that shows us how Kimahri's, Kimahri's overdrive works. And then from there, we have our specifically this time, 137 encounters. So now we're going to unlock Seed Cannon. And then one attack. One more Seed Cannon. This is a bit of an odd tournament. Lulu would typically go first here, but no big deal. So for the rest of this, we actually shouldn't have any more encounters, so no big deal. I'm going to pick up a weapon here. And then we're going into Sphere Gridding. I'm going to specifically unlock Flea, like I mentioned before. I'm going to equip that Blue Shield with the Water Ward, which just makes it water do less damage. We're going to go to our first Lord Ochu encounter. Specifically Flea. We get talk to this person who gives us 3 Phoenix Downs, which will be useful for later. And then 100, including this one, 136 more to go. So hope everybody's ready for a solid 15 to 20 minutes of just pure happiness of me holding the select button for my turbo and then right to run right. So, yeah. So any questions, H1? Anything you want to talk about just in general, daily life, oddities, mysteries in the world that you've been wondering about that I can hopefully answer for you? Or I guess he went off to nap. Or I disappeared and just somehow got kicked out of the video. Either way.
I actually had myself muted because I had to cough and then I forgot to unmute myself. Well, so there you go. It's in the wee morning hours for me. Give me a break here. Anyway, what I was trying to say while I was muted was, before you get into the mundane things of everyday life, what exactly is it you're trying to achieve here by running into that guy for like 136 times, as you said?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I actually might need to open up my live split real quick because I don't know how many encounters I have. So I just kind of realized that it's actually kind of oh, I just locked my computer. All right.
We can just ask chat because obviously those people have track, right? Of how many encounters you've been in?
Exactly. Yeah. So what we're doing here specifically is the edit layout, open layout, FX layout. There we go. What we're specifically doing here is every 30 encounters you get in the game, your Aeons just receive a baseline boost of like power. So without actually having to level up, Yuna, whose stats directly correlate to the stats of the Aeons, we can just simply go through this amount of encounters and then know that every 30 we're going to get a buff, more or less. So it's really about it. Nothing too crazy there. But go ahead. I
mean, that is probably like a mechanic that not a lot of people who just play this casually might be aware of, because I definitely wasn't. because I thought the ANs, were specifically tied to stats, like you just said. Yep. I didn't know that was like this buff thing going on. But I guess it makes sense for a run like this to try to get this out of the way as soon as possible, because no theory. So,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you always go first here. Like the Ochu enemy is super slow. With how quickly the loads are in this, we don't have to worry about that compared to real time. Whereas in so like if we were running console or PS2, that's actually kind of a bigger concern. So that's why HDPC it's good. We do so many. I think they only do around 50 or 6. I think they only do around, I think max 80 something. We do actually go a little bit over the amount that we really need for the next boss, because that better prepares us for bosses later down the line to make sure that we're going to be at a cap we want to be. So the next fight that we really use the Aeons on, we want to be at around 240, a little at or above 240 encounters, and then for this one we want to be at above 150. So.
Yeah. So I guess you grabbing the flee ability is just like a convention among the runners then, because you did use this Thea grid to get that.
Exactly. This entire run without the flee ability would be a nightmare. Like the amount of resets that we'd have to do and those sorts of things, it literally just makes it so that the run is viable, and so it's a quality of life thing. Even if I ran into somebody randomly on Twitch or something that was doing a no sphere grid challenge run, I would just, if they said they got flee, I'd be like, yep, 100% I agree, that counts. Like I don't care. Having to do it without it is just so much of a nightmare and a chore that it's like, because escapes in this game are random, so even if I tell a character to run away, it's not guaranteed. And because it's not an active battle system, I just have to deal with the consequences of it. And so that's kind of why.
Yeah, right. It's not like the other Final Fantasies, where you just hold down like 2 buttons and you get into the running animation for every character, and after a while they just run away. You actually have to select the command here with every character that is on the field to make them run away.
Yes, and then like I said, it's random then, so you can just get wiped randomly if your RNG is bad for the most part. So yeah, that's
fun times.
Yeah, it's great, right? So we should just
stay on track should you die here now.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so that's the main reason we do it. So we're at 54 encounters. We have 105 more to go.
Nice.
Usually, yeah, it's tradition during this portion to listen to Agadoo by Blacklace, because it is voted the worst song of all time.
You can confirm. Heard it previously. Didn't exactly like it. I mean, it's not like you don't like it. You are basically forced to like it after a while, because you just listen to it, and after a while you're just like, oh yeah, this isn't so bad anymore. I mean, it still is, but you just
it's catchy.
It is anymore.
Right. It's catchy. It's catchy in the worst way. You're like, why am I listening to this?
Because I have to run through the sky for like 130 times. God damn it.
Yeah, exactly. So other than that, usually I just randomly play some tunes for myself, or some random video game music while we're out here chatting. So yeah.
I mean, I can go ahead and maybe remind you why we are here in the first place.
Please.
Because we are collecting money for Mother of Corals. Now you might ask yourself, okay, what is this? What are they doing? And it's actually quite simple. Mother of Corals, or we as humans, we rely on coral reefs for a lot. They produce a significant amount of the world's oxygen, and more than 1 billion people rely on reefs for their livelihoods. But coral reefs are in trouble, and now more than ever, we need to return their favor. At Mother of Corals, we provide the tools and training to enable coastal communities to create, maintain, and share artificial coral reef habitats with the public in order to increase the environmental and economic sustainability. And I guess that is a goal that we should strive to meet, and that is why we're here to raise money, to donate to them. And in order to do that, we have a lot of incentives going on. Like we said, we have the Titus Laugh incentive coming up. We still need to raise a bit more money to go ahead and meet that. As you can see the tracker right down there just now. And, we obviously want to have a laugh. We already have had quite a few laughs during this one already, but we want the Titus Laugh. We want that to happen. We want to get the thing. We want it. So go ahead. donate toward that incentive, because you can also win a lot of different prizes. For example, we have our main prize, which will be a Devolver Digital Game Pack, and you are eligible to be in the running for that if you donate a total of $40 over the course of the marathon. But what does that pack actually include? If you win that, you will get Ape Out, Disc Room, Shadow Warrior 3, Pico Niku, the Hotline Miami collection, Death's Door, My Friend Pedro, Katana Zero, The Messenger, and Grease. You know, that's like 10 games you could win with this one pack. That's about $4 per game. That is basically nothing. And you can help us, you know, save the planet just a little bit in the process. Speaking of Death's Door, you're on that as well, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, shout out to Death's Door, best indie game of 2020 in my opinion, or 2021. I don't know, when did that game come out? I don't remember. I just love that game so much.
Let me actually go ahead and check, because I'm not sure myself. I know it's been at least a year since that was released. Yeah, it was 2021. November of 2021, so it's not even a year old at this point.
Not even a year old. Wow. I have a special edition of Death's Door sitting around here somewhere on my desk, but I don't know exactly where it is. My desk is a little
big. Is
cluttered.
Your desk?
Very big. My desk is like 4 feet long, and I have a lot of things on it, such as
I guess all those things are needed for this particular run, right?
Oh yeah, all of it. Yeah, it's all about the attitude, right? Like, where did I put that? Oh, there it is. It's down here. Great game. And I still have it sealed. I don't plan on opening it. Because I'm one of those people.
Actual collector's edition, mint condition.
Yes, minted. But yeah, great game. So highly recommend Death's Door. I would love to keep speedrunning Death's Door in various marathons, but I feel like I've ran it so much at this point that it's kind of like you can stop, you know.
I mean, that's definitely the thing, you know, with speedrunning. Like, if you have like that one game, mainly, I guess it's the game you start out with speedrunning, you kind of start to grow out of it after a while. You just want something else, you know, like Final Fantasy X for you at this point, I guess.
Maybe.
But there will also be a point where you just try to come back to it a while because you just kind of miss it. You know?
Yeah, that was what Shadow of the Colossus was for me. 3 years of time sink and running so many categories, and just now it's like I would love to go back to it, but if I turn on that game and start to play it for like an hour, I'll just like slowly set the controller down and be like, I still need to wait like 2 more years before my body is ready to like calm down on that one.
Totally get that for sure. Yeah.
All right, let me double check some of my drops here to see how I'm doing on Gil. Not too great. Okay, so there's a portion later coming up where we have to give a Waka the Merchant 1100 Gil to make it so that it's cheaper to buy a specific weapon that we will need for the rest of the run. That'll make it basically viable. And with right now, all of my drops aren't looking super great for making it not affordable, but like I'll be cutting it close to say the least. So we'll see how that turns out. I've got about 1,000 gil in weight. I need about 3,300 to be able to afford it. So if I've got 400 now, so I'll be cutting it very close is the only thing I can say. Which is totally fine. We'll get enough gil later on to be able to afford it. It's just more of, you know, making sure that what we sell will be able to kind of keep it running. So not a big deal.
I guess since you're not using your Sphere Good in any sort of way, there probably will not be another grinding session or anything, right?
No, yeah. After this, it is all just forward momentum. There are places where we have to steal a lot of items for a specific boss fight and to use later in the run. But what I'm hopefully going to be doing is through the tracker that I have and I literally know every single encounter that I'm going to be getting for the rest of the run. So I'll be able to kind of plan those out to what I need and go from there. So hopefully we'll be able to make everything work out well. And I will admit I'm not as seasoned in this run as I am in the true any percent route, so I'll definitely be checking my notes from here to there about just small things to make sure to do. This run is extremely specific and a lot more. I don't know if it's more, but there's a lot more rotating of the characters that you use in it, so it's to make sure that you have the right characters for 5 encounters in a row, etc., is a pretty big deal. So all right, so we're at 101 encounters.
Ooh, getting close.
Yeah, we have 50. Actually, we're at 102 now. But yeah, so we have 57 more to go. Nothing too crazy. We are looking pretty good. I'm actually really excited about our upcoming encounters because we have 0 ambushes. Actually, sorry, we have 1 ambush, but outside of that that's a pretty quick ambush for the most part. So really, it's not much to worry about. We really don't even have that many like scary encounters, is the best way to say it. So yeah.
So for those that don't know, you actually have like a tracker on another screen open that kind of tells you what, not exactly what your RNG values are, but kind of what you can expect from the encounters coming up, right?
Yep. It's
because of stuff that happened in the past.
Exactly. So technically it's 2 windows. One window is, as I mentioned earlier, literally all of the manual inputs that I could put into the game to like kind of read out what my drops are going to be. And while that's not a big deal, a lot of what we plan for in the Final Fantasy X speedrun is something called no encounter armor, which specifically is it's an armor that makes it so that you don't have any more encounters for the rest of the game, or while it's being worn by one of your characters. So right now I actually don't have any no encounter armor, which is a little sad, but that could change a lot. And I really don't plan for NSG. I really don't plan on it. I really only use it for mostly the early game and some drops to understand if I need to steal more, steal less, etc. Or like if I know I'm gonna miss a steal on a boss or something like that I really want to get, that's where I use it. But otherwise, the biggest thing that I'm using is the encounter tracker, which literally tells me all of the encounters that I'm going to get upcoming. So I know after all of these Ochu fights that my first encounter is going to be a Rigora. And then after that, it's going to be a Deinonyx, which is like the green like reptile enemy with a yellow element. And that's going to be a preemptive. And then I'll have 2 more encounters after that. And those 2 encounters will be another Deinonyx and yellow element, and those will all be preemptives. So like I know exactly what is upcoming and how to deal with it, basically. Running this game pre-tracking was a little bit of a nightmare because the game can just tell you no, or like you can just lose time ambiguously from one of the 1 in 256 seeds that you'll get on the HD version, which is it's just rough, right, to not know what you're going to get and just kind of have to navigate through it, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? But this now gives us the ability to have a lot more control over the situation, and the information is available to everybody. It's not that hard to learn. It probably seems like a lot at first, and it's very code-esque in how it's programmed, but it's really not that big of a deal compared to other things if you're really interested in learning to run. So yeah.
And it's also something that you have to put in manually, right? It's not like the tracker pulls this information like straight from the game. So even if you're running this on PlayStation 2, you can still use that tracker for your runs.
Yep, you can. The drop tracker you have to input manually, but the encounter tracker, the only thing I'm changing is the number of encounters that I'm getting in a set of screens, or like a set of tied screens. So if I have more encounters earlier, that's going to change like what is being rolled for later screens and later areas. So that's mainly the biggest thing, is making sure that my encounter count is in line with where I am on a specific screen to know, what I'm going to get. So yeah, that's like the biggest thing. But otherwise, yeah, it's pretty relaxed. This run is very chill for the most part. It's really not a lot of stuff going on, so it's nice to be able to not have to worry about it at the end of the day.
So you can basically just, kick back, relax, play a game, and put some stuff in.
Yeah,
and be able to speed run.
Yeah, it's a lot. There are portions of like you need to know like how to handle things, but it just really takes out that chaos aspect of not knowing what's coming next, more or less. So yeah.
And at the end of the day, it is an RPG speedrun. It's not like, for example, like Death's Door, where you have like this those crazy skips like you do on the handrails and stuff like that to skip actual doors and stuff like that.
Yeah, we there are 2 skips in the regular any % run that aren't hard to do, but save maybe like a couple minutes overall because you're skipping a lot of dialogue. But it's in the grand scheme of things, it's very small. So it's not like a traditional, like you said, action adventure game where you have a lot more control over your character's movements and actions and stuff like that. So, all right. So we are at 134 encounters now. We're so close. Thank you guys for sitting through all of this. It's a lot. So I swear, as soon as this is done, the run gets super interesting. We're trying our best to crack jokes and talk.
I mean, we're not exactly hour into this run yet, so there is still a lot more stuff to come that will be a lot more exciting. Yeah. We're just doing the setup now to have the payoff for the other 4 hours.
Exactly. Yeah, I think this run is a lot more unique in just how everything is done for the most part. It's a lot more fun in that way of you get to use more characters, get to use more abilities, and actually, I guess, not just have it be a Titus and Eunice show, which as much as I'm a Titus and Eunice stan, using other characters is fun, so. And it's actually a lot more interesting in some of the damage calculations in this game, because you actually have to be aware of your opponent's or a boss's HP, and use certain be a lot more in depth with what you're actually going to be doing, more or less. So that's kind of cool, I feel like, but all right, we're so close. And we also get to do Blitzball later, which Blitzball is a funny one because in the normal any % route, you really want to win Blitzball. And if you don't, things just get a little bit off pace and a little weird. There's a lot of extra making up for it that you have to do later. Whereas in this, winning Blitzball it's nice. It can save you time. But at the end of the day, you don't really care that much. So we're really just we're going to try to let the goers win. And if the goers somehow let us win, then that's on them.
What?
Yeah.
You're not trying to win this?
Exactly.
Absolutely. How can you let these pricks win? Seriously.
Right. I agree.
Smash them. Smash them.
I wish so much. Yeah. But yeah, so I have 3 screens in front of me. One screen is my my tracker. One screen is the game, and then I have a tablet open that has chat and my notes in case I need them.
Yeah, welcome to RPG speedrunning.
Yeah,
it's fun.
There's a lot going on here. All right, we've only got 8 more encounters. Let's go.
Oh my lord!
It's been a while.
Close.
Yeah,
so close.
We've been doing our best.
I mean, it's kind of exciting. Half of the run so far is just running into this guy, just running away. It's as a little kid when you go around the neighborhood and just hit the doorbell and run away. Yeah, it's kind of like this. You're just running into that guy, say hi, and run away again.
It's literally ding dong bitch. That's correct.
Yeah, right. That's the thing.
Yeah,
he must be so pissed at the end of the day, even though he doesn't have eyes. Technically,
he's like, "Because why do you keep doing this?" Yeah. Thank you.
He just wants to be left alone.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think at the first couple of times, the little dance he does before the encounter starts, he's so excited that you come into him, but after a while, he just is just unbridled rage. Leave me alone. Go away. Damn kids.
If I had somebody ding dong ditching me this much, I would be like, I I would feel pain. Like I would be physically just like
we at Green Gaming Fest, we don't endorse you ding dong ditching people like 150 times. Yeah, just putting the word out there. Don't do that, people.
And we're done. Let's go. And the excitement is real.
The run is a go.
The run is a go. We can finally start playing the game again. I don't have to burn out my controller. So that is not what I meant to do.
So you're telling me that the 5 hours of the run is not just running into that guy?
Yeah, that's
amazing.
Yeah. I accidentally pressed up on my D-pad instead of the turbo on my select and accidentally attacked. So that was a thing. Okay.
It was RNG manipulation, right? You saw on the tracker you had to do that, and that is what happened.
Oh wow! I got one encounter there. Crazy. All right. We're going to. So now we switch to Yuna here. All right. Might have to unplug and replug in my controller here for a second. But all we're going to do now is just summon Vilfor. Yeah, my X button is not working.
That could be potentially a problem.
That could definitely be a problem. Trying to think of the last time that this happened. Yep, fire. Make sure this is working for us. Yeah. All right, yeah, it's probably going to be a big problem. We'll see how it turns out. I can just use turbo for most of the run; it'll be fine, or just enter. All right, so we're gonna fire 3 times on the main body here because of the buff that we got. We're gonna kill it in 3 turns, basically. Our 4 fires and 1 sonic wing. Yeah. Oh no, this is possibly bad. Now that I think about it, because the last time this happened, I need to restart Steam to make sure that my controller is going to be able to read my X inputs. So I'll have to be really careful about this, or just, like I said, start using my Enter key. We'll see. All right, so that's 2, that's 3. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, yeah. I would, like I said, I have to restart Steam to basically fix the issue. So that would not be good for at least right now. So we'll just run with it. It should be okay. I don't really need to, even if I take my menu slow or something like that, that's not a huge deal. All right. So now we go through just a little bit more dialogue section, and then we pray with Waka as we do in the normal any % run, and then go immediately into the trials. The trials are really simple. All we're going to be doing is using these flame spheres to burn away the doors, as Trogdor the Burninator would do. There we go. And then from there, like leaving the ashes, basically. It's like such a weird thing. But 2001 video games, am I right?
It's just always the thing that confuses me is like who puts everything back into place. You know, I mean, we skipped all the cutscenes, right? But before we came in here, like you and the others just went through this same trial. So how is everything back already? Like it wasn't even like 2 minutes or so since they came in here.
Yeah, like who's doing all this work? It's
exactly
my joke is it's Tim from HR. That does all of it.
All right.
He's he's really fast and really strong.
Actual speedrunner.
Yeah. But yeah. So we're gonna put this away, grab this glyph node that's gonna turn away the massive amount of fire, and then once we burn that away, then that's closed. We need to go grab one more kill a sphere to clear it out. So not a big deal. A lot of the stuff is pretty scripted for the most part. So all we need to do is go back through and complete it. From here, we'll have to talk to Waka as we normally do in the speedrun, and that's about it. So
when I played this game casually, like back in the day, I was kind of so confused during these trials because you can also get like the special treasure in every one of those.
Yeah.
If you do these trials in a specific order, I want to say, or put a specific sphere at a specific hole.
Yep.
Which, you know, it's kind of easy in the first couple of these temples, but the later ones can be a little bit devious if you don't know what to do.
Exactly. Yeah, very much so. I think that is one cool part, is that there's always like that secondary layer to it. But you know, we don't actually need any of that in these runs, so it's kind of nice. So, all right, let's see if we can get 2 encounters. That'd be very nice.
I think you touched upon earlier that the buff that the Aeons get by getting 2 encounters has like a limit.
Is there a limit to the buff that they can get? I'm not sure, actually. I've never. It wouldn't be anything that we would use for a run. That would be the easiest way to say it. All right, so I'm actually only going to get 2 encounters here, which is super nice, and it's a preemptive. Okay, we're looking pretty good for encounters here. Like, actually, this would be a really, really good split for me. Only 3 encounters total. That's actually kind of crazy. All right.
Marathon luck.
Marathon luck. I thought I was about to be super unlucky for this marathon, but we're looking okay as of right now. Is the best way to say it. So we're looking pretty okay. Now we just hop on the boat. We don't talk to Owaki here because, like I mentioned earlier, we're going to give him money later because we want a specific weapon for a boss fight later, which would be a little bit spooky without it.
Speaking of, how much longer roughly do we have until the Tita's Laugh incentive?
20 minutes, 30 minutes?
20 minutes. Okay, yeah. You've heard it here, people. We have about 20 to 30 minutes to get that incentive met. So get your donations in if you want to hear us, well, do the Tita's Laugh.
Yes.
I mean, you know, if you just put in like $5, you are in the running for some of our prizes. One of which is Cult of the Lamb, which just released a couple weeks ago at this point, and a lot of people are definitely in love with that game. It looks cute as heck. It's also just a very good game. So, you know, if you want to win that, just go ahead, donate $5, and you could potentially win that at the end of the marathon. Or also, if you're a fan of it, return to Monkey Island. You know, the return to a beloved franchise, which actually got a new installment, I think 2 weeks ago at this point.
Yeah,
it's a very new game, and you can get it for, you know, a measly donation of $5.
All right. Yeah, so we just went through a lot of cutscenes. The check shot, which we don't need to get, it just wastes time. It actually also breaks the cutscene remover if you do get the check shot. Something I learned recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's a fairly longer cutscene to get the move for Blitzball. But because it's not something we would normally do in a run, we don't want to do it, obviously, for the rest of it. So, yeah.
So Titus is forever marked to be a failure then.
Yes, exactly.
He will never beat his dad, at least not in Blitzball.
Yeah. Fun fact, you can actually go back in the later game and retry the Jack Shot challenge on that specific boat, which is kind of crazy. But yeah. Okay. All right, so now we're going to sell everything. Oops.
I feel it's like one of these instances where you actually get to know that this is a game, because you can't just go back, like you said, get on the boat and the Blitzball and the whole setup will be there still, even though it's a bit more of an emotional scene, I guess, the first time you're there.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
when he tries to do that, and otherwise just, you know, get on the boat, try to do the thing again, and you can still get it because, you know, obviously it's a game, you want to get everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't actually realize that until I was in college replaying this. I didn't know you could go back and get it. Which is yeah.
That is like a thing in this game, right? You're just progressing the whole game until the end of it, where you get, spoilers, the airship, so you can go back to actual, you know, the whole world, so to speak, or all the previous locations that you've been to, or why would you go back to Kilika to then take a boat over here? So it's definitely something that's a little bit more out of the way.
Yeah, definitely not what your first thought is.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. It'd be cool if you could have done it on the airship, like there's just a blitz ball, like, on the airship and somehow like on top of the cabin or something like that. You're like,
just gonna say it's like on deck.
on like, but hey, we're not here for super big realism.
What?
Right. What? We're not here for realism.
You're telling me Final Fantasy is not realistic? God. I thought I could go out there and slay Sin by myself.
Yeah, you can. One easy trick. One thing that I didn't... Oh, wow. Thanks, game. Expect today was that a new trailer for Final Fantasy 16 dropped, and I found it out in a horror streamer's chat, and I was like, excuse me? Why did nobody tell me about this?
I actually watched that trailer earlier as well. It just randomly popped up in my feed, and I was like, huh, okay, where did that come from?
This happened. Nobody said anything about that. Okay.
You could definitely see the Final Fantasy 14 influence, though, I want to say.
Oh, yeah.
On that game, it's like, if you play Final Fantasy 14, it's kind of, well, not exactly obvious, but, just the characters and the scenery that you see is like all very Final Fantasy 14-esque, I want to say. I mean, which is fair because it is hugely popular and was a huge success for Square, so good on them.
Yeah, Yoshi P doing the Lord's work.
Mm-hmm. And it definitely looks a little more, let's say, grounded in reality than stuff like maybe Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it's an interesting mix and match, I guess would be the best way to say it for me.
Mm-hmm.
The British accents are very interesting as well. As somebody who hasn't played Xenoblade at all, like it throws me off. Like I can't say anything because that's a real accent, but at the same time, I'm also just like, that's interesting.
I think there are a couple British speedrunners in particular who might have words with you about that.
Yeah. Hey, whatever.
Also, I guess a couple people in chat just found out about that trailer because we were talking about it. So yes. There has been a new Final Fantasy 16 trailer dropped on us today.
Yeah.
Don't watch it now. Watch it after this run. We need you here. We need you to donate money to Mother of Corals.
Yeah, it's like 5 minutes long and all this other sort of stuff, and you're just like that's so much. Like, why did
I mean, it's a lot of story. They're basically getting the gist of the setup that's going to be happening, apparently, but also a little bit of gameplay.
Yeah, it was actually. I thought the gameplay itself was actually pretty cool. My only concern is that it's like Final Fantasy 13 and that it's a single character, which sure, but I don't know. To me, like Final Fantasy being a party system is kind of a big deal to me. So,
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was like the same with 15, right? Where you're only controlling like one character.
True,
for the most part.
For the most part, but you control Noctis, but you still have the Bro Squad. I guess is the big thing for me. So
fair enough.
But
to be fair, I still have to play 15 myself. Like I've seen it a lot during speedrun marathons.
You still have to play it.
Yes. What? I've been kind of holding out on that, and I've been kind of doing my samurai thing for a while now. So
actually,
it doesn't exactly fit in.
Yeah. Fun fact though, with the I think one of the newer updates, you can actually individually control all of the characters in the party as well. Like you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to only control Noctis.
I mean, cool. To be fair, like Final Fantasy 15 has been updated so much over its lifetime now. Like, I don't even know if it's still recognizable to the game it was at the beginning. I mean, it is because the groundwork is still there, but the whole updates with the DLC episodes and just the story stuff that they added at the end and stuff like that, it's like wild.
Yeah, no, they've definitely added so much to that game to really make it, just a lot more. Okay, got the metal bangle as I expected. All right, so now I'm going to switch over to the lightning steel, and then we're going to do blitzball. And now I'm kind of realizing how bad this might be if it's not reading my inputs, but that is totally fine.
Speaking of people, you know, we still need a little bit more money. Well, a bit more money to get the Titus Laugh Incentive met. So if you want me to wake up my neighbors at like 2 a.m. in the morning by laughing like Titus, get those donations in now.
Yes, please. After Blitzball is basically going to be the cutoff for it. So we're very close to that coming up. All right, so what we really want is for Letty to get the ball. So that we can pass to Jasu and then proceed to hide the entire time.
Exciting sport.
Oh, yeah. So we're just going to chill here for about, you know, almost 5 minutes. And I'm going to use this time to use the restroom. If we get caught, I'm sorry, we're losing time. That's all I have to tell you.
Well, I guess as long as the runner is away, let me go ahead and tell you guys a little bit of our green gaming motto. Green gaming is speedrunning to save the planet. Each year, or each marathon for that matter, we pick a charity that is looking to make an impact on our climate crisis. We only have one planet to live on, and we should do what we can to make sure we can coexist. And for that, we are raising money for Mother of Calls during this marathon specifically. So, you know, if you want to help us with that, go ahead, open that donation link and get some money in, because as we said earlier, we have a couple of incentives for you, to make it all the more enticing that you want to donate money to us, which is, for one, Titus Laugh Incentive, which are coming after Blitzball, and you know, we still need more money to get that mad. But we also have another incentive during this one, which will have Foxy sing Suteki Dane, which will be the ending song at the end of the run. So, you know, you still have more time to get that mat, but it is still an incentive that, well, you obviously want to hear Foxy sing, right? You just want to hear that draw come out. So go ahead and donate money to that. After that, we have a bid war for Doom 2016, where you can choose the category if you are so inclined. The options are going to be the Red Guard or the Legacy.
I'm back.
So depending on which category you want to see, go ahead and donate money towards that. But first of all, we want the Titus Laugh being met. And after that, we want to sing Suteki Dane at the end of the run. So get those donations in for that. And welcome back.
Hello.
Hope you enjoyed your break. I did not get caught so far.
Yay. This is pretty good, actually.
Like, if you look at the map, like, everybody's just dancing, you know, they're just vibing. It's like, ooh.
Yeah. If you swim by them, they will do that. Like, they just kind of, like, jiggle weirdly in place. It's really odd.
So, like, this is a very well-programmed game, as you can see.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine, like, a real sport, you know, like something like football or whatever, like, if the guy holding the ball would just go to a specific corner and that would just trigger everybody else to just run in place?
Yep, exactly.
Like, what the fuck is going on here?
All right, good. All right, please, thank you.
So you're telling me we're not going to win Blitzball?
Yes, we're hoping that we don't win Blitzball. I mean, we're not hoping that we don't win. We just want Blitzball to go fast. Like, I don't care what happens, just get it out of the way. So we're gonna let them all take shots. So you can see if Keepa okay. Keepa is a horrendous Keepa. Like, that is the only way to describe him. All right. This is okay, no longer looking good. All right. Oh, when did he get Venom Tackle? Oh my god! What's happening? How do we survive that?
Well, I guess the Besaid Aurochs just really want to win Blitzball.
They're they're doing something different that I don't expect at all with the typical Blitzball stuff. So sorry, we're just kind of killing time here, but like, man, this is crazy. That was some RNG right there in my favor. Like, wow.
You got this. Make it happen.
This tastes terrible.
What are you eating?
I'm drinking
Drinking,
a
sorry.
lemon lime flavored. Oh, it's soda. Oh, gross. That's why it tastes disgusting. Sorry. I usually get seltzer water. So the what you as a German are used to drinking on your terrible restaurant tables. And I usually get seltzer water, but this is 0 sugar lemon lime naturally flavored soda. But I don't want soda. I just want seltzer. I just want the bubbly with like a little like squirt of lime flavor. This is this is nasty.
Sounds nasty.
Oh god, it's disgusting. Oh, what if I open a fresh one? Oh god. Oh, this is just nasty. Well,
I'm hoping that was the only can that you bought then.
No, I bought a 12-pack. That's better.
Oh, great. Oh, really?
That one's a little bit better. I'm just gonna drink the fresh one now. All right. Okay, so we need to lose now. Hopefully, but because there's no way this is gonna. Okay, he's passing. This is the worst because like when they're just like, oh yeah, I want to pass it now. It's like no, if you just sometimes you'll just like beeline it for the goal, and when they beeline it for the goal, that works totally fine because they do score, but. Oh no, Bada's got really good attack. Bada's got really good attack. Damn it. All right, this is bad. This is bad. All right. Manual, normal. So we're gonna win Blitzball, I guess. Possibly.
Yay! I mean, that's good, right? Winning is good. We want to win.
I don't know at this point. This is the first time this has happened where I've been running this category. So yeah, it's a bit odd. All right, because Waka specifically comes onboarded with an ability. He's a little bit close to Grav, but with this, we should score. And then, yeah, it's so weird. I almost never, this is the first time I've ever won Blitzball like this. Oh, that still tastes nasty. I'm not touching that. Okay. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I just keep like giving.
So there's a lot going on here, right? Like the drink tasting terrible, Blitzball being one. Like
yeah.
This one is like off the rails. Yeah.
Literally off the rails. Like I don't know what to tell you. All right, yeah. So now we're just gonna be killing these Sahagins. It doesn't matter. What do you call it? Like if I like kill things too much or something, I just have to make sure to keep everybody alive, basically. What I'd really like is for Titus's or Chadley's overdrive to be filled, because then I can use it again for this next fight. We're a little low, but that's fine. Wow, Waka just with the crits. Holy moly. And, okay. I've already gotten 3 crits, and it's been, like, the first, like, part of the run. I'm, like, really confused. All right. Because Waka takes 2 hits to kill anything. Whereas, what the heck, Titus will take only 1. So, it's just I've already getting 2 crits like this with Titus is insane because that would have meant for a normal any % run that I would have like been able to like just have enough power spheres basically for later.
Because if you overkill an enemy, you get like double the drops or something, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So, wasted an extra turn there, no big deal. But yeah, hoping Titus gets hit a little bit more, but it's not a big deal. And any Waka crits here are really good, so... Yeah, there we go. That would have been 3. Wow.
Keep in mind, everyone, it doesn't matter for this one because no sphere grid, so it doesn't matter if you get double the amount of spheres because you're not going to use them anyway.
They're not going to use them anyway, so it's like, oh, thanks, game. Yeah, like, thank you. Like,
thanks for all that. I'm not gonna do anything with it.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, Tidus hitting one. I might heal him anyway, but we'll see just in case because I really don't want him to die in the next section. There we go. Okay. Oh man, so many misses. I got just enough crits that like everything has been like not off pace. Wow. Not off pace, but close enough. So we have 2 more fights coming up. We will, as soon as I kill the Garuda, that's when we got to cut off the laughing incentive. 21 power spheres. Wow. So that means we got 4 overkills, which is really good. For like on average, you want 3. So getting 4 on a run where it doesn't matter is crazy.
Right, people, so this is the last push. If you want to go ahead and snipe that laughing incentive, now would be the time.
Now would be the time indeed. Oh, nice crit. All right, so we dark attack. We got a crit. It didn't counter, so there's a chance at any point that the enemy will counter me, just generically through an attack. So that it hasn't done it once so far is actually kind of crazy. But we've got 2 sonic booms, and then usually after the 3rd is when it dies, just with the number of times that we attack with everybody. Because I think it only has like 1200 HP or something like that. So, all right. Yeah, so attack 3. Wow, and Waka got hit. All right, and we should kill right Schmear. Yeah, see, this is why like this split's a little bit of a rough one because just so many times, like you just never know what's gonna happen with it. Like a lot of the, I guess, just some of the there's just a lot of weird randomness in this game that you really wouldn't expect.
I mean, it's an RPG at the end of the day, right?
Yeah. So, especially with, I guess it's just in comparison to how scripted the rest of the run is. Like you could pull up the notes for this, and as long as you like had played Final Fantasy X in the past, like 6 months, complete a run in a short amount of time, I guess you'd follow it to the T and beat the game.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so it's nice.
You want me to close the incentive now then?
Yes, please. We're coming right up on it.
Well, let me quickly check then how we are looking. And, well, sad to say, but I guess my neighbors will get to sleep a little bit longer.
Oh, damn.
Because the laugh incentive got not met.
That's fine. It's late at night. It's one of those days. We'll get to see the laughing cutscene another day. Trust me.
Mm. I would just go ahead and mute myself while I still laugh, just to spite my neighbors. Then I guess.
Yeah. Go bang on their door a little bit, create some noise. Yeah. But hey, that leaves open the Suteki.ne incentive.
Yeah, exactly. That is the next one coming up in about 3.5-ish hours. I want to say at the end of the run.
Yeah, 3.5 hours.
You said it yourself. You're actually only obliged to do this, or morally contracted to do it, if you actually get a PB.
Yes.
But if you guys go ahead and donate towards an incentive, we will do it anyway.
Do it anyway.
And as you already saw, this run is going a little bit off the rails with us winning Blitzball, getting all those crits and stuff in. Foxy nearly choking on a soda thing. So, I guess a PB is in the books.
Yeah, it could be. So if we get around like anywhere from a 4.
I'm a guardian now, so
if we get anywhere around a, okay, sorry, I'm just double checking my encounters. If we get anywhere around a 430 something, like that's, I would almost consider that a PB for myself. So, all right, so we're gonna run up to this little dude, and he's gonna give us a Hunter Spear, which sells for 3,000 gil, which is actually a little bit. Yeah, that's a lot. All right, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna switch for Kamari, and we're gonna get the self-destruct overdrive for Kamari, because Kamari is going to self-destruct a lot in this run. We sacrifice Kamari. Yeah, we sacrifice Kamari for the greater good is the only thing that I can tell you when it comes down to this. But
you don't do it only once, you do it over and over and over again.
Yeah, Kamari and Riku get abused is the best way to put it in this speedrun.
So
we
would
love
you
him very
say
much.
that he is a sacrificial lamb to the proverbial slaughter?
Yeah, you know, if you're in a cult, you might say that, you know?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and if you too want to join the cult of the lamp and, you know, have some sacrifices to go along with it, I suppose, you can go ahead and sacrifice $5 to Mother of Corals and be in the running to actually win Cult of the Lamb, a brand new game by Devolver Digital, only released a couple weeks ago at this point, and it's pretty good.
Let's do it. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I might actually put in for that incentive.
Uh-huh.
I would really like to play that game now that I think about it. Devolver Digital puts out like a lot of great games that
Absolutely.
I just happen to like playing. So I really enjoy like just what they have to show. So I think that at least, and the Devolver Digital Game Pass that are like game compendium that's coming up is really worth it.
Yep. Let me, guys, remind you about that. If you donate a total of $40, you know, over the course of the marathon, you are in the running of winning our grand prize, which will be, like Foxy just said, the Devolver Digital Game Pack. And that includes, let me pull up a list here, Disc Room, Ape Out, Shadow Warrior 3, Pico Nico, the Hotline Miami Collection, Death's Door, My Friend Pedro, Katana Zero, The Messenger, and Grease. Those are a lot of games that you can get for very cheap if you go ahead and donate $40 over the course of the marathon. It's about $4 per game. Like, how can you say no to that?
Yeah, a lot of those games are worth way more than $4.
Yes, so, absolutely.
Ooh. I think I've got like 1 billion drinks on my desk.
But are they good drinks, or are they like all like that other stuff you had?
Yeah. Well, the water I just had was fine. It was left over from my lunch that I just like left the ice in it and was like letting it melt and just drinking it over the course of the day. So
I see.
Yeah. But yeah,
that was better than your lemonade thing.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Yeah. The lemonade, that just nasty. Ew. Gross.
So what enticed you to buy that?
I usually buy it. Like it's like I usually buy, at least the brand is what what I thought I was buying is what I thought I bought, but it's naturally, like, the difference being is that it's soda and not seltzer, because like soda is like if it's zero sugar soda, it's like artificially flavored sweeteners. Yeah. Whereas like, so that I really don't like the taste of those, and then like the seltzer itself is just like, oh, it's like, you know, natural lime juice or something like that, so it's not really like calories. So it's just a nice little substitute for what do you call it? I guess plain water. If I'm sitting at home all day, like, I like water. Water's great. I love water. But you know, just something to like, so I'm not drinking soda all the time or something like that.
So do you know what is in water actually? Among other things.
Hydrogen?
I mean that, but also corals. Sorry, you know, coral reefs, those can be in water, right? And since we are here, you know, supporting Mother of Corals, that is something that you guys can get involved with as well. If you just donate a little bit of money and help us reach our, not only our donation goal, but also, you know, save the planet in the process.
Come on. Thank you. Okay, that was a pretty good chocobo eater. What you really want is like it to instantly push you back twice. Obviously the game wants to give you the opportunity to fight back, but we really don't care about that.
You're just letting all these chocobos die.
Yep, that's the gist. All right. Okay.
Understandable. Carry on.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna lend him some gil, and like I said earlier, that it's gonna make it so that we can easily
I'll be right back.
what do you call it? Just go through later. We should be putting Auron into the party right now, just in case, but we really don't have actually. I will. We have some encounters coming up that are a little scary. This next one has a dual horn in it, and dual horns are very scary just because they they are a lot faster for their size than they look, so they can sometimes instantly kill Titus when you wouldn't expect them to. So I have several attempted clips from people where it's like Titus does like a little quip. He's like, in the fray, and then like he just instantly deletes him and kills him, and you're just like, oh yeah, so okay, bud, like. So
speaking of, like, I see you like touching these save spheres every time, and every reserves those completely refill your HP and MP.
Yes, correct.
But you never save at them. And if I remember correctly, this game doesn't have an autosave. So if you were to die,
so HD does have autosaves. So in this case, we are fine. If we do die, the only scary part is if I die at a specific spot where I forget to switch in characters once, there is the possibility that if I do die in one specific spot, there is the possibility that I can what's the word?
Soft lock, crash,
soft lock the game. Sorry. My X button did not work there, as I've been mentioning. So you were talking about the save sphere. I was like, oh, I'll just go heal real fast. No big deal. And then, yeah, so.
Thank you, Fear.
That's been a fun part. All right, so we just got to go talk to the guy, run back for the story triggers that we mentioned earlier, and then we'll be done with. This is typically where like a big split portion is because of all of these encounters and stuff are kind of a big deal. So I'm going to run a little bit backwards here, talk to this guy who's going to give me a what do you call it? An item I can sell for like 2,000 gil, excuse me, not 5. I can sell for 2,000 gil, so it's just going to make it a lot easier for me to not have to manage gil later in the run. So it's just a 5-second time loss. So, all right, wow, this is actually really weird.
Go so easy on you next.
Okay, so if I really hope I don't get an encounter here, because if I do, this will be really, really bad. Okay, we're good. Okay. There's one specific encounter where it's two dual horns and a voiver, which is like the big brown lizard, and the dual horns can one shot the entire party, or can one shot both Titus and possibly Waka, and then the other can do an AoE attack that can do about half damage to everybody at minimum. This is a bad ambush because Garudas can randomly go twice. Like giant birds can move really fast for some reason, but that's fine. That's the only ambush that we've had this entire time, and that's a fairly safe one. Especially it targeted Waka, so I don't have to worry about HP really. As long as Titus is the only person that doesn't die because he has flee is all we're really worried about. So these these lizard enemies can attack before we can move. So that's one thing to worry about. But again, like as long as we're mostly near full health, that's all we really care about. So
I mean, it's a bird in an RPG, so obviously it's an RPG joke bird, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, all the birds in RPGs are jerks. It's just a fact. You can not convince me otherwise.
I'll be right back.
The further perpetuating the birds aren't real propaganda.
I mean, they're real in the App Store. We're playing a bird there.
Yeah, exactly. I recently found out that at birds aren't real protests. Like, I don't know if they're joke protests or something, but there are counter protesters that say birds are real.
Is that an American joke that I'm just too European to understand?
Possibly, I don't know. Maybe French, depending on how in tune you are with French culture.
I guess I have to have a word with Etienne at this point then.
Yes. I ask Etienne how much protesting he's done in his life.
Specifically about birds.
Yeah. How French are you really?
Not that much, to be honest. It's like, no, I'm good, thanks.
Thanks. I'll stay at home. Gotta talk to people to protest. Ooh.
Right. Talking to people in this day and age? Are you crazy?
Are you insane?
We have the internet for stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. A nice, safe distance.
Mm-hmm. Circling back to the game over thing for a moment, how would that affect your RNG if you were to get a game over?
So
like, would the tracker just go out the window, or what would happen there?
Thankfully, if I just get a game over, that the RNG is fine then. As long as I can immediately continue. But if I do soft lock the game in any way and have to quit out, then I'm screwed.
Okay, so that is basically also the reason why you're not closing down Steam and reopening to fix the controller issues, I guess.
Yes, exactly. Definitely not worth the effort, at least for now. The main thing I want to get to is it doesn't really matter. The only thing I really want to get to is my encounters in the Thunder Plains, because then I can track whether I'm going to be getting enemies that are cactars, QAC, but you know cactars, right? Like the cactus-looking enemies in Final Fantasy. I really want to steal from those at the end of the day, because they the chocobo feathers that they give are extremely. I need one for later in the run, and and it's really helpful to have two for later in the run. So it's just nice at the end of the day.
You know, every time I hear something like this, I always wonder, okay, where are they keeping those items? Because, you say the cactuar, you can steal chocobo feathers from. So now I just imagine all these feathers stuck to the thorns of the cactuar, and just looking like a little mini chocobo just running around the plains or something.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is there's chocobos right there. So why don't I just, forgot to do this.
Because you like chocobos and do not want to pluck their feathers?
I mean, yes, but also
it would be more convenient, yes.
Yeah.
They can probably lose a feather or two, no problem at all.
There we go. Welcome to Owaka. Sorry, he just says dumb things. All right, sentry, yes. Equip. All right, and bam, we're good. All right, and we're good to go. Didn't need the tough bangle like I thought I would, because I had 2 elixirs, which is really nice, but all right. All right, we're going to use attacked first here, and it looks like it is Titus. So we're going to switch Titus for Auron. We're going to power break.
So the
Yuna's going to switch her weapon to staff because that adds to the priority, or to her own priority. Then we're going to not do slots. We're going to switch Kimahri, Waka for Kimahri, then immediately do the self-destruct. So self-destruct's damage is calculated by doing 3 times Kimahri's health. And then here we're going to summon Veilpore, and we're going to Energy Blast right away. Blasted. Give them the meats, as they say at GDQ. And so what we're looking for here is if you do a crit with Kimahri, which you can sometimes rarely, then I would only have to do 1 more Energy Blast and then a Thunder. But here all I'm going to do is try to get its HP down past 4218, and then I'm going to do another Overdrive, but I'm just going to do Thunders in the meantime to increase my damage output. So he's at 52 something. I'm gonna do about around 400-ish. So I'm gonna try and use it 3 times. If I was a little bit more bold, I would do a little bit more, but that's not a big deal. All right, so we're actually looking pretty good considering we got these dodges. Come on, Bing. Okay. So it's between 3 and 4 depending on your rolls. All right, so I'm gonna do it one more time just to be safe. So the boss switches between demis and physical attacks, and so because I've got all these physical attacks, it's got 1 more demi to do, and we'll have our overdrive saved for later, and then I can just Energy Blast to win. Easy peasy.
All right. Speaking of blasting, we have a $1.69 donation from Baron Bishop here, saying, relaxing just being on the sidelines this marathon. Until I realized just alone how many hats will be breaking my wallet this marathon. And he's alluding to the fact that we also have a shop for you where you can buy official Green Gaming Fest merch. And, since it's getting to be the colder seasons of the year, we have a lot of different hats which just look phenomenal. Like the designs are based on one of our members of the Discord server, and they put a lot of work and effort into that. Like those look very, very good. We also have shirts and other stuff, and every time you buy something there, we will be donating to our charity that we are raising money for this event. So, if you are in the running to get something cozy for fall and
Warren
winter,
killed himself. Let's go.
go ahead and buy something there. But what the hell? Why did you do that? Like, Aaron, come on.
So we purposely have Aaron kill himself, or at least we try to do it because the less turns that they get, the faster we can kill. So that's totally like fine and expected, not a big deal. It's just faster for me to mash through that than having to, go through the rest of it. All right.
But does he deal damage to the enemy when he kills himself?
Only if. Only if. All right, so I'm going to quickly hit up this sphere real fast. And we got to go talk to Orin twice, or we do 2 triggers. So the main thing we would spend a lot more time talking to Orin in the game itself, because we want a specific cutscene to get the Orin one, because it's just faster. It's like based off of similar like in Final Fantasy VII, where you get the date scene with somebody based off of like your affection values. With Orin, that it gives us the shortest cutscene, so that's the one we like to do. All right.
Dating in the name of speed.
Exactly. Okay. There we go. All right.
Is this what speed dating actually is?
Is this what speed dating actually is? You had no way of saying that.
Why? It's in a speed run. We're doing it for speed. We're doing it a specific date.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, chat. Let us know your opinions about speed dating in a speed run, or dating in a speed run, rather. Is that speed dating?
Okay.
Are you speed running if you go to a speed dating event?
Don't give Twitch streamers ideas. They're the worst.
It's out there now.
They're the worst people. All right.
Hey, I think our viewers are kind of cool.
No, we're cool. Don't give Twitch chat that chaos. That's a lot of power to wield.
I mean, look, this isn't Stranger of Paradise. We're not here to kill chaos, right? We're here to kill sin. If you're here to kill chaos, this is the wrong game. Sorry.
Oh, this is like the worst encounter I could have got. All right. Fun fact, that bird enemy is like has a really, really weird, like not weird, but low I don't say spawn chance, but like the chances you encounter it are really low. So like it's just, I don't know, that the fact that we ran into that and 2 bite bugs and then had to sit through the rest of it was pretty terrible. Okay. All right, so we're done with the Jose High Road. If you're not up to snuff with Final Fantasy story beats, or Final Fantasy X story beats, a lot of people just got deleted by Sin. That's the best way to say it.
Like literally deleted.
Yeah,
he's not joking about this.
If you've seen the cutscene, they get deleted. Yeah, so we're just going to run through here. We have another trial coming. This one I think is probably one of the more complex trials. This is one that definitely, probably outside of the Bavel one, took me the most time. It's just with how confusing it can be and a lot of just like rotational stuff that's going on. But yeah, if you want to plug the marathon or other incentives, feel free.
I mean, I just have to say that while you were talking about this, it literally struck me that Ixion is a thunder horse. Yes. And now I can't get that song out of my head. Stuck there.
What?
Anyway, Thunder Horse. Did you know that song?
If you would sing it for me, that would help a lot.
Well, it doesn't have any lyrics. That's the thing. It's like a whole instrument. But I will definitely link you to a video, and just putting it out there is probably not safe for the environment we're actually in at the moment. So let's talk about it. Anyway, we are Green Gaming Fest.
You want to just like running, lip sync it or like air guitar?
I mean, I can't do that. It's just there is no cam on me, so I can do whatever the hell I want over here, and
I'm pretty
absolutely have no effect on you. Just imagine me vibing over here, doing the air guitar and the drums and the fake singing, even though, like I said, the song has the lyrics, and it's just waking up the neighbors in the process. Anyway, we are Green Gaming Fest. And we are speedrunning to save the planet. Each year, or each marathon, we'll pick a charity that is looking to make an impact on our climate crisis. We only have one planet to live on, and we should do what we can to make sure we can coexist. And for this marathon specifically, we are in support of Mother of Corals. So let me just go ahead and quickly tell you what Mother of Corals is all about. We rely on reefs for a lot. They produce a significant amount of the world's oxygen, and more than 1 billion people rely on reefs for their livelihoods. But coral reefs are in trouble, and now, more than ever, we need to return their favor. At Mother of Corals, we provide the tools and training to enable coastal communities to create, maintain, and share artificial coral reef habitats with the public in order to increase their environmental and economic sustainability. So if you guys want to be part of that, you can go ahead and donate to the charity. And, in order to incentivize you guys to do exactly this, we also have incentives during this marathon that you can go ahead and meet. One of those is going to be, to have our lovely FoxyJira over here sing Sucheki Dane at the end of this run, coming up in about 3 hours or so. And we still need a lot of money to make that happen. So if you want to hear this angelic voice go into overdrive, because normally he only does that when he PBs, go ahead and donate some money to that incentive, and be absolutely sure that if you donate, that you put that money towards that incentive. Other than that, we also have 2 incentives for Doom 2016 coming up after, which will be a category bid war. One of this will be the Legacy category and the Red God category that you can put your money towards. And there is also another one, which will be a glitch showcase of Doom 2016. And, glitches are fun, especially in a speedrun setting. So if you want to see that, go ahead and put your money towards that.
Yeah, Doom Glitch Showcase sounds really fun. Can I plug that you don't want to hear me sing? Is that?
Are you trying to do the reverse psychology thing?
Yeah, maybe. The reverse psychology.
I have heard that guy singing, and it's the best. It was drunk singing, but it was still the best. So,
did I drunk sing?
Having him to do it sober would be just
probably much worse. Buy my drinks, chat. Get me drunk.
Don't tell them that the donation money actually goes into your drunkenness.
I feel like that's terrible to joke about on stream.
It is, but it's out there now. I can't take it back.
Now.
Sorry.
We're done. Sorry, Sin. Deal with it.
It's all for charity, all right?
Yeah, it's all for charity.
We are getting drunk for charity, kind of, and singing, and stuff like that. We're having fun over here, okay?
Isn't that just Oktoberfest? Or
it is October.
I know we're late.
To be fair, that is like the thing that even as a German, absolutely confuses me, because Oktoberfest starts in September. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Why?
It's like, why exactly? Why is that a thing? Why is that happening? What confuses you about the name Oktoberfest to put it in September? Like,
yeah, I have a very demure voice. It's totally fine. Yeah, absolutely sexy, like I mentioned earlier before we started the run. I've actually seen Ricky perform. So the main the voice of Suteki Dane perform live, and that was like probably one of the best moments of my life. I mean, not really, but like also, yeah, sort of.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
All right. And she even did she had like a kimono on and did a dance. I'm sorry, I'm just like geeking out over here. With
wait, Chad doesn't believe that you can do the voice of a Japanese lady?
Yeah.
What?
I know, right? How dare you? All right. So right now I'm looking like I will have 2 cactars, which is really good, and that might incentivize me to turn off the what do you call it? The tracking, so I can fix my controller. But we'll see how we turn out. It's actually going pretty all right for what I'm expecting now. Actually, oh damn, this is going to be a little rough. I need to. Now that I think about it, I need to. Dang, I need to do overdrives later, and Titus's overdrive is based off of timing. So if I can't hit the timing, then I can't do the overdrive or finish the run correctly. So.
So just to reiterate, you know, our Foxy's controller setup broke a little bit earlier. So his X button on his controller, which is the confirm button, you know, it's kind of important in a gaming setting, basically broke, and you now have to hit enter to input your commands, right?
I actually don't even know if it's enter. That's the problem. I've just been using the controller.
Are you hitting?
I'm still using the confirm button. It works, but not entirely. Is the
Go so easy on you.
all right? I'm at 212. So there we go. All right.
So it sometimes gets the input and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, it's like the input. I didn't need to grab this, but whatever. All right, we'll have an extra just in case I do something dumb. All right. Yeah, the input itself is like it's just delayed, so I have to mash it a lot to make sure it does work.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll see how it turns out. Should be fine. If it breaks, it breaks. Like, we'll just kind of have to deal with it. If I can get through these cactars coming up, then I will probably do it.
So is this now basically the no steer grid X button remover category?
Yeah, it's a new category. It's great, right?
Well, I mean, it's a pretty world record, which means it's a free PB, which means you will sing Suteki Dane anyway.
Anyway, we'll see about that, how I feel in the next 2 hours. All right. Yeah. Which, as long as it's not a huge deal, like I mentioned, but it is, I don't know. There's ways around it if it doesn't work as expected, but we should be fine. Oh, I forgot to switch. Okay, that's fine. All right, so what I'm looking to do here is I have the lightning steel equipped, but I really need the stunning steel. What I'm looking to do, or what the stunning steel does, is it has it can apply the slow effect to enemies. And so to make sure that we're not going to get absolutely obliterated, I'm going to try to slow the boss. And then as soon as I do that, I'll be switching back to the lightning steel to... All right, so you can tell that I got a crit there too. Nice. So it has a chance to apply. All I got to do is see if I have 4 turns here coming right now, and I only have 2, so I didn't apply it. Another crit. So it should rise on this turn, and once it rises. So I have to do 500 damage to it to get it to come down. So I'm going to try and hit it with... That's fine. Okay. So it got... You can tell I messed up, like the controller messed up there, because I only... on the third one, I got a... what do you call it? I got a blue. It actually is fairly easy to do the reels themselves with the timing once you play with it a little bit. But, you know, it didn't accept the input, so kind of just have to deal with it. So hopefully, okay, Waka gets hit here. That's totally okay. This is very scary. We've gotten a lot of crits, actually. And still haven't applied slow, which is actually kind of crazy. Okay, we finally did apply slow. I do have to just kind of hope here that I will... Okay. Nope, wrong weapon. That's fine. This is all okay. Okay. I don't think that was enough damage. Okay, whew, that was barely enough. Okay. Yeah, because I just did under 300. Okay. Okay. I only messed that up. You could tell that my button worked for a second and then it didn't work. So yeah, this is going really well. All right.
It just adds this extra little bit of spice to the run, right?
Yeah, exactly. So all right.
You know, like normally RPGs are like all boring and planned out and like formulaic, yeah. But this thing, you know, you're confirmed but not really working. That's like, you know, the extra spice, you know, the cherry on top of all of that.
Yeah, this run would have been like really good had I what do you call it? What do you call it? This run would have been absolutely awesome had I actually what do you call it? Had everything working, but that's yeah, it would have been actually been a really, really good run.
I mean, it's still a good run.
Yeah,
it's the viewers love it. Yeah, it's more interesting than just watching the same thing over and over again. You know, things go wrong, they go off the rails. We have all these crits. We had what was the other thing? You
crits.
You choking on your soda. Also pretty funny. Well, not choking specifically, but you're noticing that you bought the wrong thing during the run.
Nasty. Yeah. Absolutely nasty.
Was it a nasty Nork? Huh. Let's see how many people got that joke.
All right. So Waka needs to... Oh, here we go. He dies. Okay. Should be calculating damage, but whatever. All right. Yeah, so after I get the second Cactuar, I'm probably going to save and quit out of the game, and then just not worry about everything else that comes through. I'm just going to take the game as it comes. Okay, so now we're going to get Riku. Riku is going to be the real like breaking point of this game come late game, specifically because she has an ability, or her overdrive. You can get a what do you call it? Mix, thank you. What's called Trio of 4/9s, which makes everything that 3 characters that you used it on do 4/9 of damage. So it's absolutely insane.
You should know. I'm going to use that.
And really just absolutely breaks everything that we plan on doing. Let's see. Oh, I do have 2 potions. Nice. I saved them. I did save those potions on purpose. All right. Yeah, I did save those potions on purpose because of the... Come on, controller. All right. We're going to get rid of Yuna for Auron. So I keep switching to Auron specifically because the weapon that I bought back before Gui has an ability called Initiative. So that means it just gives me a better chance of getting, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It gives me a better chance of getting preemptives and not getting ambushed. So we're coming up very, very soon on the last weapon one of the last weapons that we're going to buy in the game for quite a while, which is a weapon for Titus that gives us first strike. So that means we can immediately run away anytime we need, rather than just getting caught. So everything's going fine until you realize something is wrong. All right, let's encounter on 217. I am way up on my encounters.
So how many encounters do you get on average during a complete run of this?
So counting out around 300, 400 or something like that.
But that is counting in the like 140 O2s that you do at the beginning, right?
Correct. So talk to Waka. I'm not used to this section because they recently added this back in with the cutscene remover. So, you know, it's a bit more like the typical 80% that we do. And there's also this next session coming up that is the same way. All right. So a lot more dialogue options. We actually get to see the far plane this time. Usually, the old version just kind of skipped all this stuff, which was super convenient, but at the same time, you got to play the game, right? So, all right. So I'm also checking my drops here to see if I get any rare drops, because it would be really nice to get a petrified grenade from not a random enemy, but an enemy that would drop what do you call it? That would drop a soft typically, but we're not really too concerned about that right here. I might take the time to steal because we want softs anyway for later on the run, but we don't really need. We need them for one section. It's just there's a specific equipment that you don't need for later. So it's a lot of just like I'm on the fly sort of determining what items I do and don't need.
So are you telling me you're going soft on me?
Yes. Can't say hard all the time. All right. I didn't say that.
Moving on.
Moving on. Oh, great. Okay. Are you okay?
I think Sin will never invite us back to another marathon run. It's just
yeah. We've sealed the deal here. That's all I can say. Yeah.
Oh, you just got hit by lightning there.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
So what you're supposed to do is hit the X button anytime you see the flash. Well, considering I can't hit the X button anytime I see the flash, and that it may or may not work.
I mean, it's just like real life, right? You can't expect to dodge lightning like every single time it happens in real life. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I never tried it, but it sounds kind of rough to do.
Yeah, just a little bit, you know. All right, this is actually really good based on what possibly can happen. So I'm gonna get a Cactar in this next encounter. So I'm gonna steal from it. It runs away. That's totally fine. What we really want to do here is get Yuna and Riku's overdrive. Oh, I don't know if that worked or just I somehow pressed turbo perfectly. So yeah, we want to charge Riku's overdrive simply because it's like what's the word? Like we're going to be using it for a boss encounter. We also want to charge Yuna's overdrive specifically because again we'll be using it for a boss encounter. So, and we also want to steal from these larvas. We need to use a lot more items in this run just in general. So these steals are very important and required for later. So yeah, we're going to use the first. So there's two lunar curtains, and oh hello. Wow, I was not expecting to get. Let's see if I can escape. Real quick, I'm gonna try something. So we stole from a larva, and then we stole from. We haven't stolen from a larva yet. Wait. Oop. Yes. Extra chocobo feather, and it runs away. Okay, good. That's actually really worth it. So now I have 3 chocobo feathers. There's an enemy later that if we what do you call it? There's an enemy later that if we like we have to like. All right. So we got to buy 2 softs and 11 grenades here. Oop. There we go. You can. I'm just trying to mash here. All right. 2 softs. Come on, bud. I believe in you, game. There we go. 2 softs and 11 grenades for later, and that's all we need. I have quite a bit of gil on me, so I might be able to. No, I can't skip some stuff, but no big deal. So there's an enemy later where we have to charge everybody's overdrives before some boss fights. So to do so, we'll simply just like go into what do you call it? Come on, game. Just let me hit the buttons. We'll go into what do you call it? Oh my goodness. We'll go into like it's like a little like what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a
Only I could help you, but
yeah, I know. I'm getting really frustrated by the fact that my controller's not working right now. So it's like a computer desk where you can fight enemies, and although
like a simulation.
Yes, thank you. Okay. It's literally a simulation. Defend. All right, please escape. Oh my goodness, game. Okay. And yep. All right.
Okay, so just you guys can empathize with Foxy here a little bit more. Just remember, or just try to imagine you're playing your favorite game, and the most important button isn't working, or
yes.
it sometimes is working and sometimes it is not. You just try to imagine what that would do to you during like a 5-hour speed run of it.
Yep. Okay. Oh.
So just to try and put you in his shoes right now. Because let me tell you, it's not exactly fun to have that happen.
No, it's absolutely terrible. There we go. Okay. Oh, you nice miss, Yuna. Wow. All right. Cool. We got at least 2 light curtains. We need 1 more. What do you call it to survive? Please hit Yuna. No. All right. Please confirm button. I'm begging you. Stop missing, Yuna. What is this dodge? How can you be so... Holy wow.
She's very nimble.
She's extremely nimble. Like, holy wow.
I mean, to be fair, would you want to be hit by that?
No, not at all. That seems absolutely terrifying. But...
I guess we want to be a little bit terrified, because it is starting to be, or it will be Halloween soon. So, a little bit of terror.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah.
Just a little bit.
A little Halloween spirit here. Yeah, we've almost built our overdrives. I'd be tracking a ton of deaths here, but that's not a big deal. So this is a good spot for us. Like, these enemies basically are the best enemies for us to what do you call it? I want to say get deleted by, but hey. Right. There we go. Thank you, Oren, for running away. Thank you, Yuna, for actually dying. I could also be doing this later, but it's not a big deal. I've got all the items that I need. So we're just gonna run through. All right, so I'm officially worn out on the stuff not working, and we don't need any of the rest of the stuff now. Like, we can just run away from the rest of these encounters. So this is going to be a preemptive. Riku will defend, and then I will just make sure that I got enough. Oh my goodness, it's always when I'm looking away to like put things into the tracker that it gets ruined. It's going to use 1,000 needles. Called it. That's actually kind of good. I'm not
kind of,
because we want to have him have his. All right. Make sure we can get away. We want him to have his overdrive for one of the later fights, because like we just get to use it more again. So I don't know if we want to pause the timer here or something. I'm going to do a quick safety save to quit out of all of this. So my tracker is no longer going to be useful, but it's just going to be a minute while I cut in and out of my Steam. So if y'all don't mind, thank you, Steam, for that loud noise.
So you're literally going off the rails now.
Yes, literally going off the rails. I have no idea what's coming up next, and I am beyond terrified.
It'll be fine. Right?
Right?
Right? It's all
Okay.
it's only like still half of the run coming up. How can it be bad?
How do I? Huh. It like quit out of Steam, but it did, but it didn't. All right. Quit out of Steam. Oh, it's updating Steam now. Oh, perfect.
Oh, great.
Ooh, Steam update. Let's go.
Steam update %.
Yeah.
Make it a speedrun.
All right.
Okay, while we're doing this, let me maybe tell you guys about what you can win when you are donating towards our charity here, Mother of Corals. If you donate a total of $5 over the course of the marathon, you are in the running for 3 of our prizes, one of which will be a copy of Return to Monkey Island, which only just released like 2 weeks ago or something at this point. So it's a brand new game that you can get for a very low price, if you're just a little bit lucky. Also, for another also for $5 rather, you can also be in the running for Cult of the Lamb. It is, a game that kind of exploded in popularity ever since it got announced, and now it has been released. And people keep telling me that it's very good, and you should go ahead and play that. So you can also go ahead and win that with a $5 donation. And you're also in the running for the Crack Pat Show. I have absolutely no idea what that is. I've been told it's an action-packed roguelike shoot 'em up about mutated animals that fight in a bizarre TV show. So if that is up your alley, $5, not that much. You could win it.
Yeah, $5 is pretty easy. All right, so now all of my stuff's working. This is amazing.
Nice.
Isn't it
we
great?
love stuff that works.
Yes. All right. So yeah, unpause the timer. Sorry. Go, 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 go. All right. So what we're going to be hoping to do here is we want to steal at least one. We want to steal at least one Arctic Wind and one abilities, one Arctic Wind and one set of blue element, like water fish scales. That's what they're called. And one set of fish scales. So Arctic Wind here. We possibly 3 Arctic Winds because we want, depending on, well, I guess now we don't need the 3 because specifically we have a multitude of chocobo feathers, which you won't need to use for later in the run. But for safety's sake, I'll probably end up using it anyway and trying to steal them anyway. But what we do kind of really want is 5 or a minimum of 4, but at least 5 fish scales, because that will specifically give us enough to get Water Ward for one of Yuna's. We can add that ability to Yuna's ring in the Via Purifico, and then from there we can. Man, these are not great encounters. From there we can basically ensure that it goes a little bit faster, possibly with just stuff that trying to make sure that we get overdrives charged as we expect. So yeah. Okay, my voice is going. These encounters are bad.
Everything is going according to plan, I suppose. At least the button is working now, right?
Yes, that's the main thing. The soda still tastes terrible.
Why do you keep drinking it?
My throat's getting dry. And
don't you have anything else in reach?
No.
Oh my god.
All right, so there's 2. So we need at least 1 for we need at least 1 fish scale for the upcoming boss. And if we steal more, it's kind of just like it's nice. But that's really about it. Okay. So we'll just see how it comes out. There's a butterfly in the bottom right that you possibly might maybe be able to see. And then if we get that butterfly, once we do get that butterfly, we'll be able to basically careen past the last portion of enemies. So, oops, not formation. We want abilities. All right. And so the nice thing, as I mentioned earlier, is we got Titus's overdrive. So we'll be able to use this overdrive on the next boss to increase the amount of uses, like I mentioned before. And then after we increase the amount of uses, she's going to die. Called it. All right. We can. We will basically spend most of the amount of Gagazette charging his getting all the uses out of the way, because he'll die easily and we'll be able to use it on a lot of things as well. So really hoping we get another. No, I got a Chimera. All right, we'll steal anyway. So we're not using like the safety. I don't say the safety strat, but sort of the safe strat for this section. But we're going to touch this, or at least for the view prolific section that I mentioned. And then from here, we're going to go buy that Sonic Steel that I mentioned before. And the funny thing is as a kid, all you have to do is, so we're going to sell the Sonic Steel, and then we tell him you just tell him it's too expensive, and then he just lowers the price. As a kid, I thought it was like some sort of like jip. I was like, oh, you're going to, you're just going to lower the price if I tell you? That's very trustworthy of you. Like, not something that I necessarily expected.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, so all we do here is, like I mentioned, we're just going to spiral cut to get a use of our overdrive, and look at how easy that is whenever I can actually press the button. So that way we get a use, and then we're going to charge his overdrive on the next attack. So we use water, so that's actually really good. If we only would have gotten one more thing, that would have been great. So we're going to switch Riku in. We're going to do a lightning defense sphere plus a... Yeah, okay. Had the right thing. Just double checking something in my notes to make sure I wasn't going crazy. There are a few sections in the normal 80% run, you use purple spheres a lot more for things, but in this you kind of mix and match them. So yeah. So Kamari got hit, so we need to make sure that he won't die later. So we're going to go ahead and heal him, and then switch back up into the formation of Titus, Auron, and Kamari. That's going to kind of be like our go-to formation for later portions of the game, simply because it's like that they are most they have the highest HP. So, all right, so we're going to switch out Riku for Mr. Chadley. I'm going to use a high potion. Maybe I really don't need to. Heal him up, and then we're good to go. And now we're on to Crawler. The Crawler is essentially the same fight as it is in 80%, which we're going to be using. What do you call it? It's the same fight as it is in 80%. So we're going to be using our the lightning marbles to. Am I going to get an encounter? Okay, there we go. We're going to be using the lightning marbles to do the vast amount of damage. We need to get 3 in, but that's the reason we stole from 2 larvas earlier, is to make sure that we have enough lunar curtains to survive attacks, basically, from certain enemies. All right. So
just as an aside, like Chad is calling you out on your soda choice, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, whatever this soda is, it's terrible. I don't blame you. Trust me. Yeah, nasty. Boo. All right. So usually, if you get that kill, it's not terrible, but I didn't think she would die. All right. So she died. So we're just gonna Phoenix down her, and then Kimari is going to lance it to kill the Negator, which only had 4 HP, barely underdamaged it. All right, and then we're gonna defend as Auron. Yeah, just defend. I'm gonna switch for our boy Chadley. We're going to heal with the high potion because Auron needs to be full health. And then Riku is going to use a lunar curtain. Thank goodness I have 2. Then 2 more lightning marbles. there is a lot of this game that is just like you kind of take it as it comes, more or less. And so the nice thing is that when Chadley dies, he's going to get his overdrive fully charged. So we're going to be able to use it again on the crawler here, or on the next boss, which is just the second Seymour fight. So she dies. We're going to get beamed into oblivion. This is actually fun to watch. You never get to see this in regular any percent. All right. So mana even 2 turns, and then we just do the same thing. But we're going to use a level 2 key sphere here and the lightning marble. Easy peasy.
Nice. So how much harder would you say this run has become now that you can't use the tracker anymore?
Not too much harder. I think now, like, this is kind of why I was okay with I'm gonna switch quickly to Brotherhood for damage, because it's not much for range, but it just does add enough so that it will ensure that we do kill. But it's not that much harder. I think I just have to stick more to my notes, and at the end of the day, like, it's just a little bit more random. Considering I have the first strike weapon now, it's a lot more safe for me in general, so I don't have to kind of guess what I'm doing. I can spend a little bit more time in later sections, but the run is pretty not set in stone, but like as long as I don't mess anything up, we're a lot safer than we would be normally. So yeah. Okay, so we're gonna heal real fast because this is the last heal. We skip a bunch of cutscene stuff. There's a cool little skip here that you can do called Jiskel skip, where like most of the skips in this game that actually do skip like content, I would say, are specifically like you talk to a character in a dialogue, like as soon as you hit a dialogue trigger, and then because you're still in another dialogue while you're in another trigger, it allows you to, oh no, I don't, how did I not, oh, I defended? Huh, I am confusion. Oh, I see. That's interesting. I might have to quit out again. This is weird. This is really weird. Oh. Okay. Ron got boned a little bit. Got to quit out again. I've not seen that happen yet, and I don't know why that happened. So what was supposed to happen was that on the what do you call it? This is weird. Weird. On the
last boss fight, I think.
On the previous boss fight, I was supposed to, and I'm stuck in this room. All right, and I can't switch my party. Okay, I think I probably have a way around it. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, on the last boss fight, I was supposed to have my... Actually, I'm going to... All right, so we're going to switch for Orin. We don't need his overdrive. But for later, but we can still charge it.
So basically the problem is that he just doesn't have his overdrive charge at the moment, right?
Correct. Yeah, so he doesn't have his overdrive charged.
And it's only missing that little bit that you can see there on the bar.
Yeah. That's so weird. Okay. Well, now the only hope I have doesn't really matter that much. It might matter a little bit, but we'll see. Yeah, that's so weird because I've actually never had that happen before. And I don't have a safety save for this specifically because I expected that. This should be fine though overall.
I mean, now it's a true marathon run because never happened before.
Yeah,
no, everything is going according to plan.
Yeah, exactly. So I really hope. Oh, that's like the worst, and that's the worst steal too. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how this turns out because it doesn't. I don't think it matters who survives. Oh, even better. Okay, Riku survived. That's awesome. So it's kind of perfect there. So we're gonna switch out for Yuna, not Lulu. Yuna. Which she's right here. And we're going to Grand Summon Shiva so that Shiva has full overdrive, and we're going to immediately use it. So yeah. Wow, that is so weird. I'll have to ask people about that. Just be like, so what's the deal?
Contingency plans? Question mark.
Oh, Great Fox is here. Yo, Mr. Gamer Fox, can you tell me what are the chances of that happening? It's the perfect person to ask. I just didn't even worry about it, so I didn't think that's the first and probably the 15 or so runs I've done, which for an RPG, like I guess isn't a lot of runs, but comparatively, I guess, like, I
mean, I get that, it's a very long run. So you tend to not get in as many runs just because of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So the veteran in chat has never seen it either. So you know what? We've learned something today. Everybody learned something.
I mean, I guess that's just another thing to be afraid of during this run now.
Yeah, that's another reason.
Cheetah's not getting the overdrive charge.
Yeah, another reason to never touch this game again. I'm kidding.
Foxy casually ruining it for everybody.
Yeah, honestly, yes.
Nice.
All right, so now I'm gonna Blizzard myself, and then what you target yourself so much in this run, which is the funny thing to me that like I just get into like this thing of just like mash. Because that's a lot of just what the run is in general. So having to switch targets always super weird, or just like an interesting thing to do. But I did a backup, and I feel proud of the fact that I got the backup, or at least I figured out a backup. Having Oran's overdrive is great. I'll have to maybe charge it later, but the point I shouldn't have to is the best thing. And then we just Diamond Dust to win on Seymour because he's a soy boy.
So just keep in mind, like, Foxy was actually stuck in that room where he was because there are no encounters in that part of the temple, so he was only able to go into that boss fight. And obviously, since RPG speedrun, like especially the boss fights are like routed out like very meticulously. So if something is off there and they have no way to go back on, the save or something, you are in a little bit of a pickle there.
Yeah, pickle is a light term for that. So yeah. So do nothing. We need to push this and then go get the other stuff. My brain is everywhere right now. Like, all right.
Look, it was just RNG manipulation because you can't use the tracker anymore, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because you had to quit out of the game because the X button broke. It all comes down to the X button.
Yeah, everything I'm doing now is pure RNG manipulation. I haven't played this game casually in a long time either, so like when they defended him, I was like, "What are they doing? What? Oh no!"
I didn't know that could happen.
Yeah, it's been so long. Stop it.
I think it's like a very interesting point to make, right? Because if you're not speedrunning yourself, or if you don't know how speedrunning works and stuff like that, and you just watch a run like this, you would think that since speedrunners are so knowledgeable about the runs that they do, that they quote unquote know everything about the game. Because it's a lot of stuff that you typically memorize about the game that you're doing, but that doesn't mean that we know all about it, right? We know the very specific things that make our run work. And if something just completely goes off the rails and that never happened before, you are just lost in what to do because all your setups don't work anymore. And you still have to make it work for the rest that is coming after that particular portion, but you don't know how to make it fit. It's like kind of like a puzzle, but you're missing pieces, or your pieces transformed into something else that is just not working in this setup anymore. It's like really weird.
Yeah, it's like you're playing chess and it's all knights.
Exactly.
I know how to play the game of chess, but when it gets to all knights, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what is this now?
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty good metaphor, yeah, for sure. Being stuck in a situation like this, especially if you are in a marathon setting, that's like, oh my god, it's so wild.
Yeah, well, it's very spooky. All right, so now we're going to talk to Owaka again, do a little bit of buying. I'm going to buy 21 high potions, 11 Phoenix Downs, and 2 antidotes specifically. Entertaining in an evil way, amazing. So there's this section here I can completely miss getting targeted by Guados. I think I just messed up enough that I might not get it, but you can completely skip an encounter here and it just saves time. So not that my encounters have been bad, but I think I'm gonna get caught. Yep, damn. You have to be relatively tight along that edge, and then also basically not run into the other stuff. So it's not a huge deal, but it happens. All right, so we're just gonna flee from this. The only thing that sucks about this one encounter is that it's like the Ochu in the sense that it changes what you like the RNG based off of like what you get hit by. So So what we're looking to do here is charge both Riku and Yuna's overdrives again on anything except an ambush, because I can't run away. I can't guarantee that I'm going to run away on an ambush. So that kind of sucks. That's the only thing that kind of matters now, is that like some ambushes I can't do anything on, so I just have to run away, and I have to spend extra time. And see, this has just made this horrible. Like charging overdrives and stuff. So I really probably kind of screwed myself there by getting caught with all these encounters.
Speaking of horrible, I thought it's tradition that if you do get a PB during this run, you would go ahead and sing the outro song Suteki Dane, right?
Correct.
So, if, with everything that's going to happen or has happened so far, our chances of PBing are getting slimmer and slimmer in a way. But if you still want to hear Foxy sing that song at the end of the game, well, you are in luck, because you can go ahead and donate towards our incentive of having him do exactly that, sing Suteki Dane at the end of the run.
Correct.
So, go ahead, donate towards a charity, put your money towards that incentive, and we can hear that wonderful song being sung by this wonderful man here on screen.
Hello.
If he doesn't choke on his soda in the meantime.
Yeah. It's just hard when it tastes that bad, and you're just like, why am I drinking this?
Because apparently you have nothing else in reach.
I don't.
That is the most horrible thing of it all, I guess.
Yeah, it's like I can't walk away. Like, if it was just like a normal speed run, I'd just walk away. Like, if it was just an any percent run, I'd just be like, okay, sayonara. Like, I'm gonna go.
Cutscene time.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So this fight is super fun now, because we don't have to worry about like all like the little things that we do usually otherwise. So we just instantly delete everybody here, and then it's so wonderful how easy this is. And then Yuna just goes. We Grand Summon Shiva once more. We Diamond Dust and then we Bazaar a couple times. Whereas like otherwise it can be, this fight in normal 90% is a little rough, a little scary, because if things go not super wrong, but like the Wendigo has a really good chance just to like delete your characters over and over, and it does just enough damage that you can get like killed by some magic by the Guado Guardians. So it's a little spooky, but this is nice and fun. All right, so I'm really low on just like items right now. So what I really want is to steal from some like just a bunch of stuff. I only have one item. I would hopefully usually come out of this with 4, or at minimum 3, hopefully 4, possibly 5, depending on my encounters. It hasn't been going super great, but we'll see how it turns out. So we're going to slap this guy once, and then I'm going to defend. He's going to hit me once, fully charge my overdrive. Oren's going to come in and say, hey, need some help. We're both just going to defend through this. Lulu's going to use Thundara, which is a spell that she doesn't have. Get deleted. Oren's going to... and we're going to flee. Yeah, so we only have 1 throwable, and we need 15, which is the kind of the sad part. So we're going to be spending a lot of time healing here. There are some enemies that I can steal from fairly easily to give me a lot, but the chances of me finding them are a little low is the only bad thing. So while we kind of go through this, you know, we'll might grind a little bit more just to make sure that I have enough for the upcoming fights. So what we really want, though, what we would really like are shadow gems, which are dropped by worms, which are like kind of like the Dune worms. If I'm being completely honest, if you've seen them, you'll be like, oh yeah, that's from Dune. But the worm enemies are pretty normal in all of you know, Final Fantasy in general. So, all right. Just hope I don't encounter any here is the big thing, because I want them later. So we might spend a little bit of time in an extra section of the back half of this to make sure we like get what we want. So, all right. So pick this up, gonna grab some Albed potions. We actually use Albed potions in this run, which is kind of crazy to me, just in general, but.
So what do those do again?
So Albed potions heal everybody in the party for 1000 HP, but also cure most basic statuses like poison, poison, stone, blind, and silence. I think are the 4, maybe a couple more, but it heals a lot of stuff. It's extremely useful. And speak of the devil, thank you, goodness. All right. So we would like 2, I think this does give me 2 shadow gems. Yes, perfect. All right, so I don't need any more actually. So that's the nice thing. We can kind of just get out of here. I'm gonna try and get Oren to be deleted because I would like for him to have his overdrive just in case for later. It's not a huge deal, but this is not exactly what I wanted. He's not gonna get charged that much, I guess, now. Yeah. All right. What? Oren? Come on. Oh my goodness. He might kill this. Thank you. Yeah, as long as I have one person escape, the nice thing about this game is it doesn't matter who in your party dies. Oop, I don't need abilities. I need high potions. All right. So now we have 3 throwables. The shadow gems are going to make the later portion, some later fights much easier. Much easier. But hopefully we'll just be able to kind of work through it as we go. But yeah, like I mentioned, so what we really love are 5 sleeping powders, 2 smoke bombs, 2 silence grenades, and 2 shadow gems. Oh, a zoo is amazing. So we're actually getting pretty good encounters here. So now we have 6. Okay, considering we're gonna switch back to Mr. Chadley here.
Grow so big.
Double check that we get another escape attempt. Perfect. And he's hit for a lot harder. Okay, perfect. Looking good, looking good. I'm gonna heal again with some items just to make sure that we don't accidentally get deleted. And then I should be able to use this save points upcoming to really make life a lot easier for me. And nicely, even though I am charging for Auron's Overdrive, we don't need to. Like, I can skip a boss without using it. It's more of a contingency plan if the run keeps going like I'm planning on it going, which is, you know.
I'll take care of them.
I guess especially, you know, in a situation like we're in now where you can't use a tracker anymore to basically tell you or help you out a little bit with encounter routing and stuff like that. It's probably not a bad idea to go back on a little bit of contingency plans and stuff like that, just to, you know, be able to push through a situation if it arises.
Exactly. And so this is nice too, because I'm also going to be able to charge Riku's Overdrive and not have to worry about charging it later. So now we've got everybody charged. I have, let's see, 7, 8 steals, 10 with the what do you call it? 10 with the Shadow Gem. So I really just need more what you call it? Dream powders or sleeping powders. So now we have these steals, which is really good. All right, 2 sleeping powders, and I'm just going to go ahead and get out of dodge, because the birds give you smoke bombs. We've already got 7 of them. We typically only need 2. So yeah, so now we're at 12. And oops, wrong person. And I'm going to grind out the rest of these as needed. Great. This is actually a really scary encounter. I'm not going to take this. Because they can inflict sleep, and it's just not worth it. If they somehow attack all 3 of us, then we get really bad luck. But yeah, so what we usually do in 90% is we go for one of these Sandragora pits, and we get 2 teleport spheres, which allows Yuna to kind of bounce around in the sphere grid to the places where there are the most, you know, stuff going on. But all right, so we're getting kind of close to where it's just going to be us running in circles for like a minute or 2, but we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, just to go back onto those theories I just mentioned, like, remember that in any percent route, like, Yuna plays a much larger role, I want to say, because her stats or her Eon stats are tied to her stats, and especially if we are getting Bahamut in, you know, a little while. The run becomes, like, I want to say kind of easy, because you can more or less just one-shot everything, because Yuna will have grabbed so many power nodes on the sphere grid, and since Bahamut has the ability to passively, or I think he's the only character who does that by default, surpass the 10,000 damage barrier, he will just deal a lot of damage to everything from that point onward.
Yeah, it just makes
since Foxy is running the no steer grid category where we can't do that, well,
yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's not terrible. Yuna does actually still do a lot in this run, with the Aeon specifically, because you have to use them. But it's still, like, I don't know. It's relatively interesting, I guess. All right, gonna check my notes real quick. Wow, I am just getting a lot of fun encounters.
The joys of resetting the game during the run.
Yeah, just, wow. Okay, we'll be okay. This is fine. There's a lot of contingency in this, and we're just gonna have to take it as it comes. I really technically only need, I guess I need 4 sleeping powders. I guess 5 total, huh? For everything. Because I've actually never had this much of a problem getting this many sleeping powders. Is the best way to say it. Like it's always been pretty, like, okay for the most part.
So is it actually something that is specific to the controller you're using, or why did that input break?
I'm not sure. I've actually heard that it's just... So I use the... Actually, I will have 5 sleeping powders now, so we are good. Okay. We'll do a quick little count here in a second. Walker died again. Nice. All right. Okay. Sorry, what was the question?
Is that normal that the X button breaks on that controller, or how did that even happen?
It's just something. It's kind of weird. So 8, 10, 13. Yeah. 15. Yes. Okay. We are good. Yeah, it's just a weird thing that happens with the, like, I think it is the DualSense. Maybe it was something that happened with Steam. All right, I need Riku to go behind me. And then she just gently pushes me over this barrier. Maybe. Nope. And that is why I charged Orin's Overdrive, because it never... I've only ever had it happen recently in marathons, so... Nice and relaxed. You just home run bat it to the next dimension. Yeah.
So what is normally supposed to happen there is, because your party members are walking, or in this specific instance, Riku is on the screen with you. She can't actually push you through that hole, so you don't have to take that encounter. But depending on the angle that you're getting into that hole, it just somehow doesn't happen sometimes.
Yeah, it's really annoying. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Double checking.
That is what we have the contingency plans for, and I guess we're just gonna go ahead and show off all of them during the tail end of this run.
Like I said, it was going all right, and then it just decided to be a marathon for me, so that's okay. All right, and so now we're just going to switch for Riku. I don't have any silence grenades, which is really sad, so we're just going to use a smoke bomb, because I have a ton of them. And then we're going to use another one, because why not? All right. And so really we're just waiting for Riku to not get hit here.
Yeah, this one is fine.
Yeah.
It's totally cool. Normal.
Yeah. It's totally normal.
Even though the space is just exploding at the moment, it's cool.
It's cool. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
We're surrounded by fire, but it's fine.
Yeah. The literal bomb enemies and stuff out here, it's totally cool.
Right? I mean, fine and fire are just one letter difference anyway, so...
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm going to steal a set of bomb cores from all these guys, because I might need them on a later boss fight. And then hope that Riku doesn't get hit, basically. And then defend, and then defend. And I'm going to use 2 grenades here, so I don't use any of my extra throwables. So luckily I had 2 extra grenades just in my other junk. I like how I've never actually seen that. I haven't had a...
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I haven't had like this bad of luck in such a long time that like I haven't seen the Guado do this. Like, yeah, it's so interesting.
Look at all these abilities these characters have.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
what?
Yeah. Wow, holy wow! I didn't know you guys did all this stuff. That's crazy. Yeah. Okay, so this section is actually nice and easy, because all we have to do is switch in Kamari, and then we switch in Kamari, and then he lancets, and that's why we didn't lancet them earlier to get their abilities, because we just do it now. And the biggest thing is we want to make sure that Kamari has full health, so that when the possibility that he gets hit by some of the magic here, that he'll survive. So. Now, if I feel like I'm going to say it's going to happen, but I haven't had it yet to where Kimahri's died here. So, you know, we'll see what happens. All right. And then the best thing we have to do is make sure to pick up, what do you call it? Pick up an item here. Oh, it's a preemptive, which is even, actually, that's actually maybe good here.
But imagine using Kimahri for anything else than having him explode. That's actually so off character.
Yeah. Right.
It's like such an explosive type.
This, I will say though, this actually is, with the times that I had recently that I have had them kill somebody, they've always targeted Waka. Which is nice. Maybe they just target the lowest HP. I'm not sure. How you holding up, Ashma? Feeling all right?
I'm good. All right. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm getting more sleepy or more awake. You know, because it's like this weird time where I have gone to bed like late in the day. Or actually, I've gone to bed at like, I don't know, 7 p.m. or something, and then woke up at like 1 a.m., which is weird. And it's now, at 4 a.m. for me, so I'm not sure if I'm getting more sleepy again or more awake because the day is going to start.
Yeah, I hope you took the day off of work tomorrow. That's all I have to say.
Of course I didn't do that.
Ah, okay. So you good.
I will do this, and then I will go to work, and I will come back, and then I will do my run during this marathon.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
You're a saint.
I'm just taking notes, from your run to see how my run might go.
Yeah.
Don't get controller problems. Don't close the game while you're doing the run. Just keep on pushing through. Yeah. It's just that hasn't happened in a hot minute. Like I said, we do use like a funny a way to force inputs in this game so that we can do certain things. Thank you, formation. All right, that's good. Let's check my status for Riku. All right, I'm going to do a quick safety save here. Probably a good idea.
Yep, there's a lot that can go wrong here. If I mess up the next section at all, then things go very wrong. All right.
You just had to go and say that, didn't you?
Nope, we'll have to redo the whole thing. All right, and then we buy the Shimmering Blade, equip, Devastator, equip. And we buy the Seeker's Armlet.
You didn't hear that, game. You did not.
Yeah. All right, Riku has her overdrive, and at this point, it's best just to go and not worry about it. So this is a very technical fight in a lot of ways, simply because we have, it's not that we have to follow a certain thing, it just makes it, we just have to hit certain HP caps when doing all of this. So yeah, so what I'm going to do now is mix a purple sphere with a grenade. And that is, where are my grenades? Where are my grenades? Are they way farther up? There they are. Finding things in this game is really tough in menus. That was actually a really low damage roll, I feel like. All right, so now we just use Auron and Kimahri to attack. And I'm gonna steal twice from Evrae. 1 water gem is good. We definitely want 2 though, at this rate. So we're gonna steal twice. Hopefully get, no, we didn't get 2. That's fine. We really only need 1, but it's not a huge deal. So now I'm gonna use the last lunar curtain that I have on Auron, so that when we go into the next section, we will when we go into this next section, we're gonna have the correct amount of damage. We'll be able to. God, we're so low. We're gonna be able to correctly damage, do the right amount of damage. I'm thinking about this fight right now, and I'm like, just my brain is like, because we've gotten some very solid marathon luck. But yeah, so Auron's not gonna die, which is great. And then we're gonna switch out for Mr. Chadley here. We're gonna use these Phoenix Downs that we got. We're gonna revive Riku and Kimahri both. and then we're immediately going to get a Stone Gaze after this. And then we're just going to heal with Sauce whoever does get Stone Gazed. So it's Riku. That doesn't really matter that much. It seems bad, but it's not, which is nice. Just kind of changes the order of operations that we're going through right now. And so now we're going to mix again, and we're going to level 2 Key Sphere and a level 1. You can mix a level 2 and a level 1 Key Sphere. Hopefully don't crit. Okay, we didn't crit. Good. And then we're going to switch up Kamari for Orin. And he's going to antidote himself from the ones that we bought earlier. And we're going to switch back to Kamari. And we're going to high potion him to make sure that he has enough health. Because we're going to repeat this all once more. All right, nice miss on Riku. That's the whole point of why we do that. And then we just follow the same order of operations that we have been following, which is just attack. And we're going to try and get him into a range of just under 12,000 HP. Because at the end of that, we'll be able to use basically like a wombo combo to make sure that we can get an overkill without actually having to go through a third, what do you call it? A third, trying to think, sorry, a third poison breath. Because if we go through a third poison breath, then things are no bueno. All right. All right, double check our HP. I'm going to use a bomb core. All right, so same thing. We switch out for Chadley. We Phoenix down our buddies. But this time we don't have to worry about it. All we're going to be doing is... That was weird, but okay. That was a little odd. So we should get that Stone Gaze out of the way. Okay, perfect. So that put us right in range. So use this level 4 Key Sphere plus one of these special spheres. Actually, what I'm going to go ahead and do is use one more Smoke Bomb. Now we're going to self-destruct one more time. Going to cast Haste on itself. And then we're going to use one more big bomb to go. And we use a yellow sphere plus this level 4 Key Sphere, and this is the kill.
All right.
That wasn't the kill.
How dare.
I'm not quite sure what's going on right now. Because that...
I guess the dragon really, yeah. Wants a screen time?
Yeah, this is weird. Like... Because I was right in range. This is... Yeah, I'm really... I'd be if somebody wants to go back on the VOD and double check like the HP values of like what I got there, because I definitely feel like I got like screwed.
It was just abysmally low rolls then, I guess.
Possibly.
Marathon luck, y'all.
Yeah,
it's real.
It is very real.
While we are,
I also
go ahead.
No, well, I got abysmal. The very first roll that I did, I got an abysmally low roll on that. Like, so I'm gonna basically have the same fight, or at least I should, minus some damage rolls maybe. That, yeah. Okay, everything's switched up. That's so weird. Oh, it's because I reloaded the save. That's why. Sorry, I'm just like, my confusion is like super just out the window right now. But yeah, if anybody wanted to go double check like the damage before I did that weird combo, it should have been like 11-8 something for HP, and then I threw a smoke bomb. Kimahri did his what do you call it? His thing, and then what do you call it? I used the Luna Curtain, so we're just gonna use this Lightning Marble. Kimahri did like 2k damage, and Riku did like 8-6 something. So I guess I was just like criminally low on my rolls, which is kind of crazy.
You know what else we are criminally low on? Donations. Exactly. I mean, we did get one because Cineaf, our very own, came in with a $20 donation saying, I'd like to start a $5 donation train, so I'm buying 4 tickets to sing Sudeki Dane. Choo choo! So, you know what to do, guys. Go ahead, donate $5, get that donation chain going, especially for this dragon that apparently just does not want to die for some reason.
Yeah, just everything doesn't want to die for some reason. Like, the game just really wants me to show it off over and over and over again.
I mean, it is a nice looking dragon, I guess. If you're into that sort of thing, but get out of the way, Every. We've seen enough of you just die like all your predecessors normally do.
All right. At least we're a little bit better off now with like items, because I was a little bit, I don't say slow on or low on just the amount of like damage I was doing, so I was a little bit behind my own like stuff. All right, because it's before the second poison breath that you want him to be, that you want, I guess her actually with Evray to be in like the range that you want it to be, just to make sure that you're actually going to be able to kill. All right, so yeah, I have 13,943. Orin does around 300 damage. Let's see, and I do have a smoke bomb to use. So it's gonna roar here soon. Yeah, so 12-8 is pretty good. And then we're gonna use, there's a lot of double checking of like health values. All right, so now we're at 12-10, and now we're good. Poison breath. Yeah, it's 11,967. It's like the absolute max that I need. Wrong character. Yeah, plus with the fact of this is all really funny. Huh, he's moving really slow for some reason. Like, typically, Kimahri should get up before this.
So this fight actually makes me wonder, like you said earlier, right, that Riku has her overdrive where she can mix stuff together, and she has a specific ability that makes it so that you always deal 9,999 damage. So wouldn't it be like faster to do this in this fight, or are you just that low on resources that you can't do it that often?
Yes, so we don't actually have the materials to do it quite yet, is the main thing. So that's the biggest portion. This is not good. Actually, it should be fine. We shall see. Roar. We're just gonna have to do it out of order a little bit. That's not a big deal.
Because you would think that that ability would be used way more in a category like this one.
Oh yeah. With everything in the back half, we do it constantly. There you go. So that was a good damage roll. And then now we self-destruct and we win. Okay. We get the overkill. Yeah, I wonder how criminally. All right, criminally how under damaged I was, because it must have been. I really wanted to see the calculation.
Like probably like low rolls all the fight throughout. Yeah,
because like I said, I got really low. It went on a stuff that it didn't matter as much. I still even got low rolls, which is kind of crazy in my opinion. Like the first grenade throw only did like 4.7k or something like that, which is really like that's insane in my opinion. Like that's absolutely nuts. Okay. All right. So the one big thing I have to do here is every fight I have to switch back to Titus in between. I have to. If I don't, I automatically die, and we have to go all the way back to Evray. And as much as you guys probably like seeing that, you really don't want to.
Bless you.
Thank you. Got the sneezies. All right. All right. So now we have these shadow gems, which just does an absolute ton of damage. It is really, really nice for killing off these robots. All right. So now more Phoenix Downs, not a huge deal. I'm going to do a lot more safety saves here, is all I can say. Please stop killing Riku, is all I have to ask. Like, hit somebody else. It would every times 3.
Look, they just want to charge her overdrive, okay?
Yeah, that's
they're helping in their own way.
Got worried there for a second. Huh? I am dead. I am dead. What are the chances? This is insane luck. I cannot describe to you how absolutely nutty, like, bad this luck is right now.
The game just wants to tell you to not take it lightly, I suppose.
I guess I am just so beyond myself with like what is going on.
Like maybe let this be a cautionary tale to not reset the game in the middle of a run.
Well, it's just how, I guess, is the thing. Like I just keep min rolling so hard on damage that like, wow. Okay, I think I might be able to salvage this, just this part. Like, I knew I probably should have been a little bit more cautious, but this is like terrible marathon luck. There we go. Okay, saved. Sort of. I don't... What is happening? All right. Formation. Wow.
Yeah, chat is just saying, that the game was promised a run to last until a certain time, and since we started nearly an hour early, it's probably just a little bit upset. It wants its screen time.
It does. Like, wow. I have a lot of questions for the people in the community for this game. Is all I can say right now.
That's a good thing, right? That's a good thing.
There's at least been like 3 different things that it's like, yep, I'm looking at the notes, and that has not that is not prescribed. Let me tell you.
Why has nobody accounted for this?
Yeah, literally. Because like I was saying, if I die here, I have to go all the way back to Everett. And while that fight is fun and it would be good for me to learn, it's like, just excuse me?
Just imagine if you would, under damage again.
I really hope not. Like, there's a section of my own sanity that I just have to, keep intact. And the thing is like, with the shadow gems, it takes out half of its HP. And wow, how does this keep happening? Okay, even better. So okay, we're a little bit better off now, because unless Riku keeps dying, which we're good. Okay, we're gonna high potion Orin to be safe, and then if I bomb core this guy, well, I didn't even look at how much HP it has. See, it should just die. Like, I don't, like, what? what is happening?
Maybe, when you really closed the game earlier, right, to restart Steam got an update. So maybe this game got updated and they got more HP now.
Yeah, it got a, what's that called? Hot fixed? Nice little hot fix came in.
All right. Updated the game.
Yeah,
just casually dropping a patch on a 21-year-old game at this point.
Yeah, why not?
We've seen that this game has become too easy for nowadays gaming communities, so we make it harder.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you expect?
I mean, look, the adage is literally never play on patch day. It got patched. Stop playing.
Yeah, it got. Oh, we're done. We're out of the. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I am just so happy to be done with this run. This is wow. I was gonna submit this to ESA, and no longer. I am not sitting through this pain.
I mean, look, right? If you get to show this off, how you can claw your way out of all of these bad situations, that makes for a very entertaining commentary run.
That is a good point. But let me hit you with the hot no. Please and thank you. This wow. This is something else. Man, I wanted to be done with this like a while ago, like in a reasonable time for me.
What, the run or this section?
The run. We're getting close to that with this. We're getting close to 5 hours. Like, yeah. I thought I gave myself at least 15-20 minutes of buffer.
Look. You just want people to, or you just want to give people more time to have, to donate for the Sing Sojeki Dane incentive.
Yes, please.
Right? You just want to make absolutely sure that you're not going to PB during this run, so you're not obliged to sing it, like you would if you would get a PB. So people actually have to go ahead and donate towards it, so you can still hear you do it.
I got that galaxy brain going on. Guys,
exactly. It was all planned out, actually.
4D chess, as some people say.
Speaking of which, guys, if you do want to hear, Foxy sing Sojeki Dane at the end of the run, go ahead, open your wallets and donate a little bit of money towards us, because we still want to go ahead and meet that incentive, and we still need more money to do exactly that. We still have about, I guess, 1.5 hours more to go at the rate we're going.
At the rate we're going. We're here for 3 more hours, baby. Let's do it. Like all night.
There's still time.
Yeah, the late night Foxy hour.
I mean, that is when it really gets foxy, right?
Yeah.
Late at night. I mean, it's only morning for me, but it still works. It's still dark outside, and it's not gonna be, any light out there for a couple more hours.
And it's getting to winter.
Winter is coming, and so are the donations, I hope.
Yes, I agree.
Like, where did that donation train go? Like, Sydney, I've started it, but I haven't seen it yet.
It's still coming.
Is that stuck on the platform? Am I to blame because of Germany and our train system is shit and all that?
You think your train system is shitty? Okay.
It is. Like, every single time I'm supposed to take the train, there's always something going up. Like, do you watch my Twitter account? Like, do you see how often I tweet about shitty train connections and stuff like that? Like, holy hell.
At least you have train connections coming from the US. That's all I have to tell you.
Fair enough, I guess.
All we have is Amtrak, baby. That's all you get.
Sounds
Want to take a train somewhere? Nope. $500 commercial flight round trip, baby. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, I'm complaining about the state of the United States, which, everybody's tired of American politics at this point.
Fair enough.
See, yeah, thank you, Anma. It's like, yeah, at least you got one. Damn, like.
Look, it took me 3 hours to make a 1 hour and 10-minute trip, right? I just wanted to go home from the airport.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
It would normally take 70 minutes. It took me 3 hours and change.
At least
another time I was planning a 3.5 hours trip that took me like 7 hours. So I don't know about you, but I don't think that is a good connection.
No, definitely
or a good system or whatever. And it's not happening sometimes. It happens all the fucking time.
Yeah, that's surprising for the Germans. I feel like I it's not that I expect more. It's just that I don't know.
Yeah, nobody's happy with it, but it's just the way it is, and there is nothing. Apparently, nothing that's gonna change about that. But let's not talk about this. Let's talk about this wonderful game. I mean, this is kind of like on rails what we're doing here, right?
This is what 100% on rails.
But are your platforms running on time?
Yes, somehow. I've figured it out. I've gamed the system is the only way that it can work for me. That's about it.
Nice. Maybe I need to do that for my train connections as well.
Yeah. Meet your local conductors. Oh, man. I did when I was in Italy, we took the train once, and it was cool.
I don't think I ever took the train in Italy.
It was from Rome to Florence, so I assume it's a well-traveled route, non-stop, more or less, so not that bad.
How long did it take?
Like 2 hours, maybe? I don't really remember.
How long was it supposed to take?
About 2 hours? I don't remember.
No, okay.
It didn't seem slow. We just kind of went through the Italian countryside. And
so it was on time at least.
Yeah, and there were 2 old Italians in our seats, and we were like, okay. Which, I mean, there was like nobody on the train, so it didn't matter. But I mean,
Oh, you had reserved seats?
I think we did pay for reserved seats.
I see.
So yeah. All right. So this next little section is cool. We don't do anything basically, and the nice thing is that coming out of this cutscene. So we don't have 4 fish scales, but we do need to equip the sentry on Orin. And so we don't have water ward, which isn't a huge deal, but we just kind of take it as it comes. There is a contingency around it. Let's see. So the sentry is just going to make it so that we kind of go through everything. So what we're going to do is hopefully have Yuna get deleted constantly. I have 8 Phoenix Downs, so fingers crossed that Yuna and 15 high potions. I should have saved now that I think about it, but
don't say it. Don't do it.
We'll be okay.
Oh God, you jinxed it, didn't you?
I think I did.
Oh God.
All right. Oops, so we do not have water. Otherwise, yeah, this is where it kind of gets a little bit ambiguous because you just kind of have to sit through and wait and hope that it targets Yuna. There we go. Nice. And then what we basically do is we're going to be able to, as soon as we get Yuna's overdrive charge, we just summon an Aeon and it's fine. Is the big thing. So we have like enough materials, but we want to make sure we have enough materials, if that makes sense.
Especially in this one, I suppose.
Yeah. So, and also having Orin's overdrive is actually really, really useful here. So kind of sucked I had to use it earlier, or kind of hope like having it charged was kind of like on the agenda, but you know, we'll see. Please target Yuna. Let's go. Yuna's overdrive is charged. All right, so we're gonna Phoenix down Yuna. Hit Orin, please. And this is where it gets rough because now it's gonna want to hit Yuna for the rest of time. As I mentioned, it's gonna want to hit Yuna for the rest of time. And this is like the last part. Just like stop hitting Yuna. You're okay. All right. Gonna high potion Orin to make sure we're good. All right. So
like, you know, people joke about this, but games have sentience, right?
They really do.
It's like they do. They know what you want to do, and they just deny it.
Yup.
Please fight with us.
Please. All right. All right. So now we're gonna Sonic Wings ×3, just because we're gonna do enough damage that it's gonna be fine. And then I need to double check my encounters. If I have less than 270, which I have, and I'm glad I still kept this open. 281, so we're 10 over. So we're doing really good. That's 3, and then at the end of this, we're gonna boost. Get to below 900 HP for the larva. And once it's below 900 HP, we can thunder to win. All right. Perfect. Looking good, looking good. Just gonna quickly use some abilities to heal up. Maybe we can survive some stuff. Hit Orin, please. Nope. Hit Orin, please. Hit Orin, please. All right.
Like, this is beyond jinxing a run, I suppose.
Oh, thank you. All right.
This is entered foxying the run. It's a jinx, it's foxied.
Yeah, I just don't.
Coining it now. Bless you.
All right, thank you. I've been really sneezy today. All right, ever turns in a row. So we have 2 turns, so we're gonna shield just to make sure that we don't like mess stuff up. I'm gonna boost. Wow. That's just karma telling me that it's out for me. Yeah. All right, and then we're gonna Blizzard once. And Blizzara. And the nice thing is we get full heals from going into the next boss fight. So we don't have to worry about healing ourselves up. Although I might do it just in case. I'm gonna do it just in case. Because you never know. All right, cool. So now we go into the Isaru fights, and we just use Shiva the entire time here, so which is really nice. There's really nothing else to talk about. All right. Yep. So we're just gonna summon Shiva and then Diamond Dust once. Because Grothia here is weak to ice magic. We're going to Grand Summon Shiva, just to make sure we get another Lazara boost going. Ooh. And then we're going to boost our way up to another, well, basically allow ourselves to get a full overdrive for Isaru's Bahamut, and then we get Blazara our way to win. So, all right, Diamond Dust again. And so it's fast enough, it's going to get a couple turns. Nice miss. Another nice miss. So we're going to boost here.
Yes, if I remember correctly, you can't have the same Aeon out two times at once, right?
Yes.
So if you're fighting against Bahamut, you can't have your own Bahamut out at the same time because he's already been summoned to the battlefield.
Correct. Yep. Which is a cool little lore note. Yeah, cool little lore note. Yeah.
So if you want to see two Bahamuts punching each other, sorry, not gonna happen.
Stop hitting yourself, sort of deal.
Yeah. They probably didn't allow it just because of that meme. Yeah. That's the only reason.
It's like I just noticed since that it's like Doom Train. Nice. All right, and all we do is Blazara 5 times here, which is perfectly the amount we need to, what do you call it? Which is the perfect amount to use up all of our Blazaras and then go from there. Which I'm wondering, do I have? I don't know if I got healed. Yeah, okay, I do. That's right. 5 times 8 is 40. Wow. I am... Ooh, I don't know. Like, I had a relaxed day today. Like, I was not stressed out whatsoever about a lot of stuff, and I'm just, like, everywhere right now.
What is happening?
Oh, yeah. It might be the allergies. Haven't given my dog a bath in a while. All right, so... Allergy brain. All right, so I'm gonna go pick up some Phoenix Downs from here and some high potions. Not a lot, but just like a couple. Because I really don't need them anymore. And then this next fight is pretty easy for the most part. All we do is just throw... all we do is throw 2 Phoenix Downs at it, and it's totally easy, so...
I mean, you could fight it normally if you wanted to.
You would have to pay me money. Not that you wouldn't have to donate money, pay me money. Like...
Well, I mean, we can do donations, right?
Yeah. Right? Okay, yeah, so I'm glad I did get more Phoenix Downs because I would have... I wouldn't have had enough. I would have had an elixir, which would have been fine, but... Okay, I'm pretty sure So Yuna still needs her overdrive charged, but Riku should have hers from the other battles. So all we'll be doing is on the way up charging all of their overdrives. And then thankfully, because I have an extra chocobo feather, this is really nice actually. So like we don't have to do, there's two different strats for this. One of them is poison ticks on Seymour, and the other is like just using all of the Aeons and like deleting them in like a few turns with overdrives. So and summoning. So it's really nice if we do that. So alrighty. Okay. Okay, and this only sad thing is you might have noticed earlier with this, but like sometimes music stays a little different. Like it doesn't. What's the word I'm looking for? Sometimes the music, like from a previous battle or something, just comes through because of how it's skipped, which is a little sad. But you know, it's fine overall. All right.
Yeah, it has to do with the cutscene remover because apparently, like the trigger to change the music is baked into the cutscene or something like that, and the cutscene remover, you know, kind of deletes those triggers, so the music can be a little bit weird at certain portions of the game.
Correct. All right, so Riku is going to escape. Wait, because it's a preemptive, it's a little weird with all this. We get an extra turn. Yuna's gonna attack herself, and so if Riku doesn't run away, there we go. We're going to, there we go. Bam. Just gets deleted. You just, yeah, it's so just bad, like how much you just like let your characters die. Like it's pretty funny.
Well, you need those overdrives, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so an ambush, so we can't run away. We can't run away, or we can't like try to escape because it doesn't give us an extra turn, because escape has a really high turn priority, so there's a good chance that you'll get multiple attempts to escape. But with this, I'm not taking any chances. Actually, I should have let that go. What am I doing? My brain is just like out of this world, not prepared for all of the whatever.
What? Do you think you can't do the Galaxy Brain strats anymore?
Yeah, no.
Oh my god.
I'm so proud of myself for actually being able to pull that out of my own butt. Like, you have no idea.
Fair enough. Like, it definitely has been a wild ride, for sure. Ever since you restarted the game in Macalania, things have been interesting.
Yeah, but it's putting it lightly. All right, so now we're good to go. We have both overdrives. This is going to be a fun little strat. So you come into the fight with Titus, Yuna, and Kamari, as with most of the fights. But all we're going to start with here is using not using one of our Chocobo feathers on Yuna. And then we're going to summon Valefor, and then delete with a nice big overdrive. So Valefor will get banished here, but that's no big deal. So 4 9s with, that's about 13k, so that's over 1/3 of health, and we're gonna do that basically 2 more times. And it should give us just enough. So, okay, we're gonna mix the grenade and a purple sphere. Another 3k. And then we're gonna summon Shiva and do the same thing. That one was really fast. Nice or smash emote. All right. Yeah. I did that wrong. I was supposed to grand summon.
Hello. Are we in danger?
A little bit. As long as we don't flare Yuna. As long as we don't flare Yuna.
You just had to, didn't you? Why do you keep saying the stuff that is happening, Foxy?
I'm just... my brain, man. I just don't know anymore. I just don't know anymore. We should be good on damage, though. Theoretically.
I mean, that's good.
We did it. Okay, thank God. I keep somehow pulling it out of my own ass. Why? I don't want to pull it out of my own ass. Like, please, somebody help me.
You just want to make this run as fascinating as you can.
Not anymore. Stop. I want off this ride. Please. I'm done. I'm done.
No. You have to continue.
Oh my God. What did I sign myself up for? All right.
The best Final Fantasy X no steer grid cutscene remover plus flea run ever. Obviously.
Plus broken controller.
Right. Broken controller percent.
Yeah. God.
Broken controller, right, but fixed again percent.
Yeah. So what I really want here is Titus to run away, and then I want to steal 5 poison. What do you call it? Poison fangs from these bees. The bees themselves are going to be nice, useful. I basically sort of need them for later encounters, I guess is the best way to say it. So I'm going to need them for like the end game encounters at the very last bit whenever we're doing like the dark aeon, the possessed aeons is the better word. So that's about it. And I can also steal from these wolves basically to make it easier on me. And what we want is I'm not going to steal fire gems yet, but these wolves are like a good substitute for everything here basically. So, and we also want Riku and Kimahri's overdrives charged. So yeah, because the dream powders that we're stealing do about 1k damage, which with other throwables and sorts of things is totally fine. We technically really only need 2 poison fangs. We do just fine with 2, but really it's a lot better. It's just faster to get 5 if it's on the way. So something like this happens though, and I can't escape a 3rd time, so we're just going to flee. And that's why we have flee, because it's just like, yeah, if the game decides that it doesn't want us to run away, then hey, what are you gonna do about it? Like it's like that's all it would be, is that like if nothing works, then I just have to hope and pray and then reload for my next save. Like it's not like it's, I don't say it's not worth it. It's just kind of
But obviously that's what's going to happen now that you've said it, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right? Totally not foxing yourself?
Yeah, totally not. No. Never me. Why would I do that? Come on. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Oh, okay, so we have 2 dream powders and 1 poison fang. We need at least 1 more poison fang, which is hopefully we run away. You get him, Titus. Let's get him. All right. So we also need to charge Lulu's overdrive. So basically, once I get all the items that I need, once I get all the items that I need, then I'll go through and trade her out. Instead of getting Lulu in, I'll get instead of getting Riku in, I get Lulu in, and she should get it charged pretty quickly because we need it for the next fight. So.
Okay, so while Foxy is on his mission to get the last items he needs before he continues on, how about I go ahead and tell you guys about the mission of Mother of Corals, the charity that we are supporting with this marathon. Well, the mission is actually pretty simple. We rely on reefs, coral reefs specifically, for a lot. They produce a significant amount of the world's oxygen, and more than 1 billion people rely on reefs for their livelihoods. But coral reefs are in trouble, and now more than ever, we need to return their favor. At Mother of Corals, we provide the tools and training to enable coastal communities to create, maintain, and share artificial coral reef habitats with the public in order to increase their environmental and economic sustainability. So if you want to go ahead and, help us help them do exactly that, you can choose to donate towards the marathon, and that will also put you in the running for a couple prizes that we have prepared for you that you can win once the marathon is over. With just a $5 donation, you could, for example, win the Crack Pet Show, which is a new game, as far as I'm aware. It's an action-packed roguelite shoot-'em-up about mutated animals that fight in a bizarre TV show. If that is not to your liking, we also have Cult of the Lamp, which has made the round around the news stations a couple of weeks ago when it released, and it's been a pretty great run so far, as far as I can tell. A lot of people love that game. It looks absolutely quirky and adorable, and might be able to be grabbed by you with just a $5 donation or 5 $1 donations, whatever makes you the happiest.
All right, so now we get to ride a chocobo. This is something we don't get to do in the normal any %. One thing I found out is that these balloons here are an actual wall, so the chocobo can't go through them, which is even better. So yeah, and it's actually a really consistent way to finish and get like a good time. So yeah, it's instead of just trying to have the chocobo do a straight line. So now that we have this chocobo, we get a prize. We don't really need the prize. So we're gonna quit. We're going to go talk to this person once more again. We want to ride a chocobo, and then we're going to go get the items that I was talking about earlier, the Wings of Discovery. So, which are going to be the the things that give us the trio of nines. So, finally, yeah. So we're finally getting into the home stretch. After this section, a lot of what is left in the game is getting deleted and using overdrives. So the last thing that could really, I don't say screw us over, but could like not help in a lot of ways is the what do you call it? Could not help in a lot of ways is we need to hopefully get to, we really want 2 return spheres to drop from Biran and Yankee, Kimari's brothers that he fights. If it drops 1 friend, 1 return, then we can still continue the run. But if it drops 2 friends, then we literally cannot continue the run and we have to reset again. So yeah, that's a thing.
So I guess you need those for the mix overdrive?
Yes. Actually, no, I'm sorry. The return spheres allow you to customize weapons to have the first strike ability. And while we get enough weapons like that in, we get some, we will get enough return spheres in general for that. It's just that their drops are a little bit randomized. So it's something we got to like sort of pay attention to. So I've also got to charge Lulu's overdrive, which isn't a huge deal, but it's just something we got to take the time to do. After this, and then I might steal myself another Poison Fang because we didn't get any what do you call it, silence grenades from Anima. So the silence grenades are like useful because they for both the Seymour Flux fight and for the what do you call it fight, the Guado bomb fight in home specifically. So that we actually have to do this twice. This first time we're just gonna win the race in general because that's gonna unlock us the Cloudy Mirror. And once we unlock the Cloudy Mirror, we can do it a second time. And then based on the number of what do you call it? Based on the number of chests that you get, it'll give you a set of items. So we'll get 30 wings of discovery for getting 3 chests and not touching any poles. And so the poles are like the light up like things that you see on the corners. So that's just making sure that you don't like hug too tight of a turn, basically. And so we like scare the chocobo in a way with like the monkeys in the stuff. This is a pretty easy one based off of the route. Like it's not that hard to like to win, I guess is the best way to say it. But you got to be a little careful of the poles is the only thing I got to say, because this last chest here literally just kicks you out like right next to the end. So it's if you don't get any poles, it's like impossible to lose, I would say, at the end of the day. So yeah, and we got 30 wings of discovery. Yep, and so we're done here. So all we're gonna do now is we're gonna auto sort, and then we're gonna manually put the Phoenix Downs here, and then we're gonna put the wings of discovery up top. That way, right where we need them, and we don't have to worry about stuff anymore. I'm gonna double check my items real quick. Let's see. So we have 3 poison fangs. We should have 2 dream powders. Okay, that's really all we need. We do need we are gonna need 1 poison fang for sure for the Seymour fight. So we actually probably want to steal at least 1 more dream powder. Yeah, because we want to have around 5 total items. The poison powders, the poison fangs, excuse me, have the chance of one-shotting a couple of the Aeons in the last section, and then from there, the dream powders just do enough damage that we can like multiply the damage that we need to do. So. Yo, what's up, Thar? You're that C1 guy. Is that Chicago #1? I didn't even think about that until now. All right. And like I said, we also need Lulu's Overdrive. It's very necessary for this section here. So I'm gonna be taking a hot moment to get that built. It shouldn't take very much with anything that we've got here. So just take a little bit of a stroll, maybe steal 1 more thing, but yeah, we should be fine otherwise. The other biggest thing is that we can... oh, nice, a preempt. This is actually really nice. This is really nice. Another Poison Fang, and then we can just switch in Lulu, and then Lulu can attack herself. All right, and we can escape. Oh, this is really good because she already has her overdrive. Ha ha ha. Good thing. Good on me for not paying attention, I guess. Yeah.
What do you mean you're not paying attention?
And what do you mean? You're playing the game. All right. So, Wonka, Yuna, I'm gonna heal. And heal. All right, this is okay. And save, just to be safe. The biggest thing is that with the cutscene remover, if you auto load into a cutscene with it, it gets a little funky. All right, so now this is the first time I've actually been able to spiral cut here. Just like Titus never gets hit prior. So also you can see he kind of like folds back on his thing. All right, switch anyone for Lulu, and we're gonna swap. And Titus never gets hit after that too. So Lulu's gonna swap her weapon for the Moogle. And we're gonna switch to Riku to do Trio of All Nines. And then I have to do 7 hits to get the kill here. Fury's not that bad if you know how to roll with it. I'm gonna try and go for 9s as much as I can because 9 is really hard to get. But I have altered my controller settings in the game to make it a little bit easier because it doesn't read correctly. So yeah. There we go. Nice. Easy peasy. All right. So now we move on. The next bit is the Biron and Yenke fight isn't supposed to be like anything tough, I would say, at the end of the day. It's just more of, I guess, a little bit more tedious with this one, because in any percent, it's really easy to just throw gems at them. But while in, what do you call it? oops, I do want to save. While in and here we're just gonna have him be using his overdrive, so it really isn't that bad. So we already have our stuff. We're just gonna Aqua Breath here because it doesn't take as much time to use. You could use Fire Breath. There's been a point where I didn't use Lancet before, but all we're gonna do now is Lancet Biran and Seed Cannon every time to win. So nothing too crazy. We're going to heal ourselves while we do other stuff too. So we're going to auto-target Biran as well. And then once we hit Yankee, we're just basically going to slap him to death. So also one of those parts where you don't have any what do you call it any music. So to get the nice sounds of a battle, as they say, for this.
I mean, real life is really missing music sometimes, right?
It is, yeah.
Depending on the situation. Like, probably you would be hearing the sonic drowning music a lot of times during this one, personally, I suppose.
Yeah.
Can already feel the anxiety rising. You know what else I see rising? The donation count. Because we have a $1 donation from Pepega Speedlord saying, let's obtain this grain. I have a joke for you guys. What do you call touching Dwayne Johnson's butt?
Who?
Dwayne Johnson. Dwayne the Rock Johnson?
Yeah, what do we call it?
Touching his butt.
Rock climbing?
Close. Hitting rock bottom.
Hitting rock bottom.
May I please get everyone's best impression of the famous laugh?
Oh, give me a moment.
I mean, should we really do that? Because we had an incentive that didn't get met, but we don't know if our donor was here during that. So,
all right.
I don't know. I mean, I kind of want to do it, but it also feels a little bit disingenuous to do it now.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe let's make a deal here. We do the laugh impression if we manage to hit the Sing Suteki Dane incentive at the end of the run. How about that, guys? You basically get 2 incentives for the price of 1. Well, sorry, RepG, but that is exactly what we're here for. We are here to make you donate that amount of money.
All right, so all I'm mostly going to be doing now is going through and trying to charge Titus's overdrive so that as we move through, we can try and... well, Titus, Lulu, and Riku's overdrive, but we need to use Titus's overdrive more. Let me make a call to my bank. Use Titus's overdrive more to unlock Slice and Dice, which we're going to be using for the rest of the run. Nice. All right. What a deal. 2 incentives for 1?
Right?
Right.
See other marathons match that. Marathons, sorry.
Yeah. It's just because we're the best marathon. What are you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it?
Saving Earth.
Oh, Lulu got them dodges. Wow. And Titus is dead. Nice. All right.
You know, it makes me a little bit anxious seeing Lulu's overdrive bar because she's missing the same amount that Tejas was missing when you were in Makalanya Temple. I was like,
Very spooky. All right. I don't like it when Riku doesn't want to run away. So we're just going to try and charge her overdrive. Oh, but yeah, so we're just charging overdrives now. It's a little bit of a slow process, but, you know, take it as it comes. And we're trying to get Titus, like I said, to use his overdrive as much as possible. I think we need to use it about 4 or 5 more times. Upcoming, we'll be having Riku. Upcoming, we'll be having Riku get a what do you call it? A shield that gives her a haste whenever she's in SOS. So basically, she's like low HP, which is extremely convenient. That's the worst thing you can do, because those Basharas are able to do just enough damage with their like punch attacks that they'll almost fully charge his overdrive, which is really what we want. But you know, hey, it's okay at the end of the day. But yeah, so we're coming up on Wants, who is the younger brother of let's see, Riku can run away or not. There we go. As long as somebody runs away, that's the big thing. Okay, Electrocute does a lot. Perfect. Okay, that worked out really well. Okay, so now Riku no longer has to be around, so she can just escape as much as she wants. That actually worked out pretty well for us. Okay.
So just as an aside, if Foxy hadn't run the no steer grid category of this game, we would have been done with this run like half an hour ago or so.
Yeah, just about, you know, with planning and those sorts of things. We still got about 45 minutes left. Oh, it's so close. You can just barely like min damage whenever he smacks you like that. That's the thing that kind of sucks about it. All right, hello, Mr. Wants. So we're gonna sell 6 Wings of Discovery, because they give you an absolute ton, and then we sell all equipment except for let's see, the Shimmering Blade. So we can sell like this water ball. So we should have something like this Echo Armlet. There we go. And then we're gonna get the haste charge equip, and then we're good to go.
All right, but you just heard it, folks. We have about 45 minutes to get that Sings to Teki Dane incentive met. So if you want to hear that angelic voice of Foxy's, you know, sing an absolute banger of a song at the end of the run, well, get your money in.
Please do. Yeah, we have about just about 45. I'm trying to make sure I'm not lying to you.
Looking how this one has been going, it might be 50.
Yeah, it might be 50. It might be more. Stay tuned. It's going to be quite the... There we go. Perfect. All right. I love how I'm getting all of these, like... I love how I'm getting all of these, like, ambush runaways from Riku. I'm not sure if it's just, like, a higher chance or something, but nice and good. All right. So most things... Probably 2 more. So we've used 2 overdrives so far. We're getting close to the what do you call it? The save sphere. We can't touch the save sphere because we need Riku in SOS to be able to use the haste charge, and we're actually going to be keeping her in SOS for basically most of the rest of the game for that specific reason as well. So, oops. Keep Titus in. Nice crit. Lulu dies, whatever. It's her own fault for not running away. It's her own fault for not running away. I think I get 1 more attempt, yeah. There you go, finally. You could have just done that earlier, Lulu, and saved yourself a lot of pain. Thank you for the psych up. All right.
Look, her true personality is just coming through, okay?
Yeah. Lulu really believes that she can beat all of the Mount Gagazet enemies. That's just about it.
She's pumped up and ready to go because she hasn't seen a lot of action during this run yet.
Yeah. Lulu's about to be a champ of the run. That's all I can say.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I'm interested.
Now you're interested. Yeah, Lulu does a ton of damage for the rest of the run. She's one of the main damage dealers, so it's really convenient. Oh, I also need to steal now that I think about it. So, there we go. Sword play, spiral cut. Nice Lulu. Perfect. All right, one more steal. Can I get a third? Oh my goodness, and I'm done stealing, baby. Let's do it. Papa's number one. You. Lulu is the goth GF, you know what I mean, of everybody's heart. Okay. Okay. We're getting close. a lot of this run is just very grindy in that aspect of like you just gotta wait for the game to come to you for a lot of things. So
which is actually pretty interesting to think about because, you know, you're not using just Thea grids, they're actually not leveling your characters up in a way, but you're still doing grinds for other things. So it's interesting to think about in that respect. Also, we've seen you use these overdrives against these normal enemies at the moment. Can you remind us what that was for?
Yeah, so we're going to be using Titus's Slice and Dice overdrive for most of the bosses that are coming up, basically because it does 6 hits, or if it's if you complete it, it does 6 hits. If you miss it, it only does 3. So we'll actually be using that in a later section of the game, basically, because some enemies only have 20k HP or very simple amounts of HP that we just want to do just enough damage with. So a lot of the grind that we're going to be doing later for overdrives and the like will hopefully not be this bad, is all I have to say. So you can only hope and get your best and that you have good encounters. So really push your way through it, but you know, hey. All right. So more Riku running away. Nice. It's really nice when you see a character just like automatically run. Makes everything so much nicer. Yep, there we go. We learned Slice and Dice. So we only have to do it one more time. We only have to build this overdrive once more, and then after that we can just make our way up to Seymour. So it was actually, I think I used it 6 times then before, and then we only had to use it 4.
Seymour.
Seymour.
Hang in there.
Okay.
Feed us.
I'm glad you know that. Feed me, Seymour. All right. There we go. Please use Electrocute. Nope. Actually, should have just stolen from that enemy. So the big enemies basically will one-shot enough to give you a full overdrive. So ambush is no bueno, but we can still run away. Okay. So we flee. Sadly, the last time that would have been what we needed, but that's okay. And hopefully with the preempt, there we go, perfect. Nope, or not.
Never lucky.
Yeah, basically. Lucky at the worst times, where it doesn't matter, right?
It's a speedrun marathon run after all.
Yeah, very much so. And I just realized that I wanted to save for this. So we're just going to go do this. Just to make sure. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get everybody killed or deleted at some point. Hopefully Riku. There we go. There we go. And as long as Riku is in like minimum HP, that's all that matters. There we go. All right. Okay, Riku is in critical, and we are good to go. So we have 2 return spheres, which is great. So I'm going to be using a Poison Fang here to make up for my lack of poison, my lack of a Silence Grenade, because the Silence Grenade would just make it so he doesn't use spells, but no big deal. So what we're going to do is we're going to, and the Poison Fang is going to make it so that he ticks down damage, which is really helpful. All right, so we're going to switch weapons. And then Riku's going to be able to mix 2 Wings of Discovery. And so we can tell which is getting hit between the Morchicus and what do you call it? And Seymour based off of where the damage is. So if it's high, so that's the Morchicus, and I think. Huh. It attacked the Morchicus only, I'm pretty sure. But we'll see. Alright. Fury.
So these abilities basically cannot select your target, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there is a random target to it, but I'm really scared that all of his attacks possibly only targeted the more like Tidus's overdrive only targeted the thing, which is a very spooky. Oh no, okay. So we charge Riku's overdrive. It died from the poison. I'm sorry. I don't know why that was so funny. All right.
It's just one of these runs.
Yeah. All right. And off we go. All right.
So, like, if you compare this to where you'd be joining the, quote-unquote normal 80%, you would basically just summon Bahamut and tap Seymour once, and I think that's already it, right?
Yeah, so with this section, it depends. So at 80%, Bahamut has enough that if you crit, it's a one-shot, but...
you could, right, okay.
Yeah, so you don't kill right away. You do get pretty close, though. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is equip this, just to be safe. And then, because I need Tidus's overdrive for the next boss, basically. And then what I'll be able to do here is charge his pretty easily by getting Riku out of the way, and then hopefully also charge Lulu at the same time. And then we're going to have... go. So what I'm supposed to do here, I think I wonder if she outspeeds technically, but I don't think so. You're supposed to take off the claw for Riku so that you can like run away specifically, but it's not that big of a deal. What I really want is just to be able to get Tidus's overdrive charge. We're really looking for a Behemoth encounter. A Behemoth encounter. Both start with B and have a
I mean, Bahamut, Behemoth, tomato, same thing, right?
Yeah, same. One's on the ground, one flies, that sort of thing. Yeah. Okay. So this next section is just like it's kind of like the trial. It's like the trials that we did before with the spheres, but it's a lot more just like jank, to say the least. It's a bit more of a toss up of whether they're actual puzzles. I've known people that have said that they actually like messed these up before, and it made me feel a little sad for them, but as a first-time player, I guess I can't fault you for it. But not everybody can have a big brain like me, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Galaxy brain strats
all day. Just do it wrong and just make up a way to do it right. All right, so all we're waiting for is like, there's a little section, and then 1, 2, 3, where like it passes through and it perfectly get it every time. It's really easy. Explaining it isn't that hard, but one guy in the community was having a real tough time with it, so I like took screenshots and all this different sort of stuff to like help him figure it out. It was pretty funny, if I do say so myself. But yeah. Ooh, man, I don't know why, but I feel like I've been talking so much and my voice is like, it feels like it's about ready to give out.
I mean, I guess you just have to take another sip of your spectacular drink.
I'm all out.
Or... oh, really?
Yeah.
You drank it all. Oh my god.
I know. What a terrible person.
Did it get any better further down the line? Or
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, actually, I will give it that it did get better. It's more of just me, just like I need something to drink. I'm going to deal with this and just hopefully not taste it. But
did it really get better, or did you just ignore the taste thing?
Same. That's all I have to say.
Fair enough.
At this point, it's basically the same thing. So what am I nothing to really talk about, I guess.
Well, I guess if you don't have anything to talk about, let me take over for a moment then, because we are still looking for... What? You don't want me to talk? All right then. All right. I can read the room.
Yeah, I can read the room in my very subtle... All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I need to make bad jokes all day.
I mean, that's what keeps this run going, right?
Exactly.
at a certain point, at least. Anyway, we are still looking for donations for our incentives, because we have one coming up at the end of this run in, I guess, a little bit more than half an hour, maybe 40-ish minutes or so, which will be to sing the ending song, Suteki Dane, and, you know, still need a bit more money to have that met. But if you're not feeling in, you know, a singing mood, we also have a bid war coming up for Doom 2016 happening later today or tomorrow, depending on where you are, where you can choose...
H, why did you get muted? Can somebody tell me if Ashma died? Oh no, here we go.
Choose between either the Kensei mode, which is a one-hit kill mode, or Ronin, which is basically the quote-unquote normal hard mode of the game. So two vastly different categories you can go ahead and choose. And you can also pick which of the 3 endings we're going to watch. So, you know, a lot of stuff to do there.
Hi, bud. We missed you for like 3/4 of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You like popped it. Yeah.
What happened?
We were like wondering where you went. Anma came in and was like, he's gone. And then you just started talking again.
I just been talking into the microphone. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
God damn it.
That's really funny.
I guess it's just one of those things where, you know, it's so early in the morning that normally you are not awake at this time, so I don't know, your ISP or something just does a little bit of a reset or something, and I was just talking right through that. Let's just say that happened.
Let's say that happened. I believe you. I will say though, I know you were talking about Trek to Yomi, and that is a sick run. That's a sick run that you do. So everybody go watch that. Ashma here is going to run it, and it's a really cool run.
It's also way shorter than this one here.
Oh. Most things are, you know, like.
Fair enough. I mean, as soon as you know that it's going to be an RPG speedrun, you are setting yourself up to just sit down for a couple hours.
Yeah, you're just here to chill, right? You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yes, sorry you missed what I was talking about then, because I did see my the stream freeze for just a second, so I had to, refresh that, and I mean, it shouldn't do anything about that if I refresh that you couldn't hear me, but maybe it did. I don't know. Anyway, continuing with the run.
This is perfect.
Is it though?
Yeah, watch.
Is it? Okay, I'm watching.
No,
I mean,
it's not perfect. Okay, it is perfect. Maybe. I don't know. Lulu dodged. Lulu, you weren't supposed to dodge, Lulu. What are you doing, you idiot? Sorry.
For once in her life, she did not want to get hit by that.
Yeah. It's like casually, nah. Oh my goodness, that. Just like,
you want me to get hit by that robot? What? No.
How dare you?
Right.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
She's not having it. She's not having it, chat. She's rebelling.
So I know the run can't die here, but like I'm just so like I need to save. I just need to like make sure that I won't. nothing can happen. Like my paranoia is like through the roof. Because it's like 30 minutes. It's like 30 minutes once we get to what do you call it? Unalesca. That is left in the run, so we're probably going to be cutting real close to that 5-hour estimate. But we have had like bad luck like today. Like this is like the worst luck that we could have possibly asked for.
I mean, it's, I guess, a cautionary tale to, you know, not mess with the tracker by restarting the game. Yeah.
Make sure your controller works first. It was weird because it just kind of stopped midway, and like that's not the first time that's happened, but it's not the. It's like it's been a little while. Yeah. So we gotta also customize orange shimmering blade.
So you said you were using a PlayStation 5 controller, right?
Yeah, I use the DualSense.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is odd because I heard other people have similar issues, and I like.
Oh, really?
Knows. Yeah, it's like I don't know if it's just like something to do with Steam and the PlayStation like controller firmware, you know, and how it interacts, or if how we like utilize like that stuff that I was talking about earlier. So it's interesting. But yeah. So one thing that we're looking to do here is the exact same thing, but like we're just going to take our time and run through all this stuff. So we're going to try and charge. We have to charge Lulu's Overdrive, which we already did, and we also need to charge Titus and Riku's, and then we have to. So this ambush is funny. We also have to charge. This is a great encounter, but I'm not going to take a chance there. We also need to charge Yuna's for like the end game. So a behemoth is what we'd like to see here, but there is something in the what do you call it? Like in the late game or in the next area, basically, that will charge just all the same. So it's not a huge deal. Also, the music is banging. Okay, perfect. So what I would really like here is for just Lulu to run away, but we're going to be safe and do this. Perfect. We're going to attack. I'm going to switch in Yuna. Yuna already has her overdrive, so we can just escape. And then Thundara, I don't think charges his. Nope. Okay, which is fine. Because I think you need like, I think 1,700. You need a little over 3 times the amount of health to be able to fully charge an overdrive. So yeah, Yuna already has hers, so that's good. We're charging here. I'm gonna put the claw on Riku, basically her non-hasted or her non-first strike weapon, so that we can she won't go first. That way I can always try to escape with Titus, even though she does have haste. So, and Riku does have the highest like agility stat out of everyone. So, you know, just the little things here and there. All right, perfect, perfect. Oh, just barely not enough. That's fine. We're getting close. Everybody is basically done. And that's the last piece that we need to do. So, yep. And coming up, we have the best part of the game, which is, oops. Oh, I didn't realize this was a preemptive, so we're just going to attack. Typically, the behemoths only do like 1 target attacks anyway, so those are good enemies to like charge overdrives with, because there's a high probability of you getting away with like not what's the word? There's a high probability of you getting away with the like multiple escape attempts, basically. Oh no, we just had one more. All right. And I should have been smart here. You can switch out Riku for another party member here too. So we'll probably do that at the next. Let's just do it now. All right. So that way we don't have to work for. I've lost a run by forgetting to change Riku's weapon back to the Vanguard, which has first strike, multiple times. There's just so much swapping going on in this run that it's like it's fairly consistently just like, you know, you're doing it constantly. So forgetting one out of like the 30 or 40 times you do it is pretty, you know, it's easy, I would say, at the end of the day.
And then it happens to be in a marathon run.
And it happens to be in a marathon run. Correct. There's a cool little strat coming up for the next boss fight, though, which is one of the reasons we picked up the 2 light curtains that we did. We're going to be using them both, one on Auron and then one on Riku. Hopefully we don't get a little bit of funny business. I had a run where I was like 5 or 6 minutes ahead that like basically died because one of my party members died due to like an unlucky crit happening. And it's just because of the attack that happens to Auron, you don't notice that it happened. It kind of just looks like it, or like it just does more damage. You just have to know that it did more damage when it wasn't supposed to. So it was a bit funny there. All right, so now we're just going to heal everybody except for Riku and keep in Riku, Auron, and Lulu, and use them high potions. And I healed the wrong person. Let's go. So we got to run back out. Way to go, me. Yeah. Literally said, don't heal Riku, and then proceeded to heal Riku. All right. That's okay. Just another on top of all of the stuff that, you know, I was talking about earlier. This is nice so we can just easily run away from. This is like one of the encounters that you do want, as long as somebody will run away, because it can't do a multiple attack. So, because as long as Riku dies, which with 4,819 damage, you bet your sweet cheeks. All right, and we're back. There we go. Easy peasy. Exactly what we wanted. Okay, so this next little bit is probably the most annoying that everybody would agree, because it's literally fake Tetris. All you do is just run on the ground, and it just takes a nice little spicy bit of time for literally no reason. So yeah.
I was gonna say, do you have Tetris music queued?
I do not.
Do play it now.
Yeah.
Everybody else, go to YouTube, you know, search for the Tetris theme and listen to that banger while Foxy, you know, steps on some plates.
Yeah. Help us out a little bit.
This is like a really weird puzzle.
It's like all it is just running around and like looking for the shapes, I guess. Like I don't. You feel like it could have been more complex, but it's not like a puzzle game, you know? So, I don't know, it's a weird...
Yeah, but it's also like the shapes don't exactly match up like they are displayed like on the screen, right? I mean, the shapes themselves, yes, but not the way that they are, you know, ordered on the floor. It's like really weird.
Yeah.
Whew. It's like, why? Why is all this empty space there? Like, huh? Really weird.
Or at least I would say that's probably part of the trick, I guess, is like figuring it out. But you can like kind of tell on the floor where like they are and aren't, and it's just, I don't know, it's a lot of funny business.
Yeah.
All right, so we go pick up the Kilicosphere because we have a map of the stuff, so like we don't need to know where to go. I just need to look at the guide of where to run. And I've sworn to myself that if I ever learn this by memory, then there's a problem with what I have, like, you know, stored in my brain.
Probably missing some child memories now.
Yeah, definitely a core memory has been overwritten, like in the worst way possible. So yeah, all we do is just go in like a nice little zigzag. We go all the way to top to, like, from the left side top to bottom, from the right side top to bottom. So only on the right side though we can't pick up the Besaid sphere, that is in the thing because it's just part of like the thing, I guess. Yeah, I always find myself like super mentally drained after these runs, just because there's just so much that can go wrong, and it just like makes my brain like done. So I always give lots of props to RPG speedrunners who can do just these runs over and over and over again, because it's just like, oh man, so much. Like, all right.
There's a lot of memorization that goes into all of this, especially also with the menus and the setups that you have to do. Like pre-fights, you forget one single little thing, and you can like totally screw up everything you've done up until that point, because that one boss fight just does not go right, and you just have to start over.
Exactly. So one little thing going wrong is like it's not recoverable, right? So it's just kind of, you just get stuck, and then it's a reset, and it's just a whole mental. It's so much more of a mental game than it is like everything else.
At the top of it all, these longs tend to be long, right? Depending on which game it is, there are a couple of hours most of the time. Oh
yeah, and that's putting it lightly. Yeah, like early games like the like Final Fantasy 1 through 4 are around 2.5 hours. Whereas like Final Fantasy, I think, I'm not sure about 5. I know 6 and onward are like 6 hours, depending on. So, yeah. All right. And we're on the last one. So at this point, I'm just gonna run through these last little bits, kind of around the outside, and then pick up the Devastate Sphere, slap it in.
I also thought it was just like funny faces, like if you look at the screen where you have to go ahead and grab these tiles now, like with the eyes, a little bit of the mouth, maybe a mustache or whatever that is on the screen. It's like
I don't know. It looks weird. What sort of symbols are they supposed to be?
Maybe some developer inside jokes or something.
Yeah, probably. All right. Now I have to switch out Orin's weapon, because if Orin doesn't go here, then I will die, and I will be very just.
Sounds fun. Don't do that.
Yeah. So I'm glad I remembered, because it's one of the things. That's one of the things I tend to forget with this run, is switching out Orin's weapon. So Sentry for the Sonic Blade. Perfect. All right, and then we're good to go. Because this fight is fairly just straightforward, so we're going to start using it by using a light curtain on Orin. Light curtain on Orin. Orin's going to defend. Lulu's going to switch a weapon. It's the first strike weapon. Riku's going to use 2 Wings of Discovery. And then we're going to use exactly 5 hits on Lulu for this, because if we use too many, then Lulu won't charge her overdrive from the attack. And we're like, then we basically won't be able to do the strat the way it's planned, I guess is the best way to say it. So we're only using Orin literally for this one section. So he's going to get hit once. He's going to survive with this Berserk tail attack. He didn't get Berserked, but we just hit once and he's dead.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's actually good too, because the Berserk tail has a chance to Berserk. It's not a 100% hit. So it's actually faster to not get hit by it, because if you do, it gives it it zooms in real so like, oh look, you got berserked, like spooky. It's scary in that aspect. So kind of funny. All right, so we're not gonna heal Riku this time, and then now I'm gonna go to switch Orin for Titus, and on we go. Here we go. The spooky fight. Cool music, though.
Everybody getting into Halloween vibes yet?
Yeah, spooky. All right, so Riku's gonna light curtain herself. We're gonna switch weapons to make sure that we go earlier. Riku's gonna mix 2 Wings of Discovery, as we do for every fight now. Then I'm gonna switch out Titus for Waka. We're on a Defend. Switch out for Orin. We're gonna High Potion Riku. And then we go through stuff. All right, perfect. All right. Spelling Slap. So we're gonna High Potion Riku again because she got damaged. And then we're gonna Absorb. That's fine. So we're gonna use a Fire Gem to get the first round of damage done. Then we're gonna Slice and Dice, and we're gonna Thunder Fury, and then we're done. That's the fight. It's super convenient. So what would happen here? The worst thing that could happen is this Orin dying. So we're gonna switch out for this. So Titus does that. He comes in. We Slice and Dice. We have to hit it. And a lot of this, like these last sections, are just like perfectly timing. Our turns so that we always get the appropriate turn order. With like it's crazy how well planned out all of this is, honestly. And so Titus is gonna die here because of Megadeth, which, you know, Megadeth. Super cool. Switch to Lulu. I didn't know she could do Hellbiter there, but you know, hey. All right, and we Thunder Fury, and I have to get 7 Furies here. There we go. And oh, I got an all-rounder. Nice. All right, so Waka has a Zombie Strike weapon. And we are looking very Gucci. Yeah, so the reason we want a zombie weapon there is because on the very last fight with you, Yevon, that'll make it so that it's zombified, and we can one-shot it with a Phoenix Down once we apply the status. So super convenient. There is a like, what's the word I'm looking for? A contingency to it that just makes the fight go on a little bit longer, but it's just a little annoying if it doesn't. So
isn't that something we might need during this run particularly though?
yeah, like, oh, it's just, don't remind me. Okay, so now we're back on the airship. We're going to be spending quite a bit of time going through and charging our overdrives for Titus, Yuna, and Riku. It's going to be happening quite a bit, actually, in between everything. But here we go. I'm probably going to go back and buy some high potions from Rin and maybe a couple Phoenix Downs just in case. We'll see.
Alright, if that's the case, maybe let me remind you what Green Gaming is all about. Well, our motto is simple. We are speedrunning to save the planet. Each year we pick a charity that is looking to make an impact on our climate crisis. You only have one planet to live on, and we should do what we can to make sure we can coexist. And this time around, we are in support of Mother of Corals. And if you want to help us and them out, you can, put your money towards different incentives that we've heard about a little while ago, but you can also win a couple of awesome prizes. With just a donation of $5, that can be a single donation or over the course of the whole marathon, you are in the running for 3 prize packs from us, which will be either Return to Monkey Island, a brand new game that released just a short while ago, Cult of the Lamb, which is another new game that released, well, maybe a month or so ago at this point, but still fairly new, and the Crackpad Show, which I have never heard about, but it sounds amazing. If you want to take it up a notch, you can donate $10 to be in the running for a Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania plus a 3 DLC pack. So, if you want to play some Monkey Ball, you get those $10 in. And then if you kick it all the way up top to our grand prize, which will be a Devolver Digital Game Pack for a donation of $40, which again can be a single donation or over the course of the whole marathon, you can win that pack, which contains a bunch of games like Disc Room, Ape Out, Shadow Warrior 3, Pico Niku, the Hotline Miami Collection, Death's Door, My Friend Pedro, Katana Zero, The Messenger, and Grease. So those are a lot of games that you can win for very little money if you think about it.
Nice. That was actually really good.
So how are we looking at overdrives in the meantime?
We're perfect, actually.
Nice.
So Zombie Strike, and then I'm going to customize this with First Strike. Alrighty. Looking good. Okay. Now we just need to board the airship again. And I'm going to switch Chatley for Orin. We're just going to save, just in case.
The final show.
Then we're going to go fight Sin, and we're going to go kill its arms, basically. This is another spot where like the run can go very wrong if I don't do everything correctly. So just gonna make sure that we don't lose any time here, because we're coming up very closely on this little section on time is all I gotta say. Or the estimate, excuse me. We're not coming close on time, not at all yet. So
I mean, we are getting close to the last dungeon of the game, though.
Yes, like this is the last little section before we like go into the rest of it. So, okay, so I'm gonna start by mixing 2 Wings of Discovery, as we always do, and so Orin's gonna defend for the entire fight, and then I'm gonna use Kimahri to lance it 7 times in a row. So I'm gonna count each one of them. So 1, 2, and then on the 6th Lancet, I'm gonna stop defending with Riku and just switch weapon. So that's 2 Lancets, 3 Lancets, 4 Lancets, 5 Lancets, 6 Lancets, and after this is when the what do you call it? Sin is gonna swipe after the 7th one here. And that swipe is gonna fully charge Riku's overdrive. And then I'm gonna fully charge Riku's overdrive, as well as Kimahri's, which we don't really need. And then we're gonna switch out for Lulu, and we're gonna Thunder Fury.
Is there actually a specific reason why you're always using a Thunder Fury instead of any of the others?
Thunder is actually the fastest spell to cast.
So it's just animation time, I guess.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, so that's done. Riku now has her overdrive again, and we're going to do the exact same thing, except this time we're going to switch what do you call it? We're going to switch Lulu out for Auron. So we're going to immediately mix 2 Wings of Discovery. Lulu for Auron to do the same thing, just defend the entire time. Riku's going to use an Albed potion, which I mentioned earlier, which we didn't use at all at Evray, but are really useful for, just healing. And then we're only going to use 5 Lancets this time. I believe just based off a turn order. So 1 Lancet. Two Lancet. Three Lancets. Four Lancets. And I'm gonna start switching weapon with Riku again. And this is really just to be extra safe so that I don't accidentally defend with Riku, because that won't fully charge her overdrive. That's the main reason. And 5 Lancets. So we're doing extra turns, but really it is worth it to make sure that she always dies here. All right, and then we're gonna go switch out Lulu for Auron for Lulu, and then just some of the Thunder spam to win the fight, because Lulu also got trio of 9999. All right, and this perfectly sets us up actually, because Lulu, Tidus, and Riku are like our main damage sources right now, and so that gives us perfectly the right amount. And Lulu also has first strike as well as Riku, so now I can perfectly switch Riku for Tidus. Perfectly switch Riku for Tidus and like have them just span, like basically go around each other, if that makes sense. So so you'll see switch weapon, back in Sonic Steel, Riku for Lulu, Lulu for Riku. I'm gonna mix 2 more Wings of Discovery. I'm gonna slice and dice, which, because there is a difference in what do you call it? Because technically Janae is in the front and the core is in the back, I'm only ever going to hit Janae. I could have failed that, which is fine, but the extra not failing is totally okay. And then it's going to use a fire gem to beat the core. Otherwise, the core would use like a big gravity move that would kill everybody. So yeah, can't let that attack. So this is going to also give us 2 return spheres, killing that. So it's going to gather energy, and I'm going to use the fire gem. And wham bam. And that is the end of like where I can basically fail, if that makes sense. So funny enough, Tidus also got a what do you call it? A zombie strike weapon. So that's really convenient, actually.
You mean you actually got a little bit of good luck at the end of the run?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go talk to Yuna out here in the corridor, and then after the end of that, I'm gonna go go right back to where I went, and I'm gonna recharge overdrives one more time.
All right, everybody, that is probably a good reminder that we are still looking for donations to go ahead and sing Suteki Dane at the end of the run. We are still short to make that incentive met, so, if you feel inclined to hear us sing that, go ahead and donate.
All right. 1993. Dang it. All right, so I don't need Titus Overdrive filled, which is fine. Just Lulu and Riku. Return to the airship. So we got. So now I'm going to customize Titus's zombie strike weapon with first strike, and I've equipped that to him. All right. And I think technically I'm at Sin, but yeah, I am. Okay, so we just got to go out to the deck to fight Sin again. And so now I'm just going to switch out for Kamari, because Kamari has a long distance attack. And with the long distance attack, we'll hopefully be able to knock out Sin Overdrive, which is just big whale boss, as easily as we can. Oh, okay, we're getting close. It's about 20 minutes. We might be about 3 minutes over estimate with this. I think it's about 20 minutes right from core. So we're right on time. We did save a little bit of time with having so many chocobo feathers, but yeah, this one has been one rough run. All right, mix some rings of discovery. Use our trio as we do, and then we're gonna Thunder Fury. Hopefully I can get 9. So I've made a decision that, for every Thunder Fury that I get to 9, I'll donate $5. So I'm at 2 now, I'll donate 10. And that'll probably be during your run tomorrow, Ishma, is the plan. So
I see how it is.
Yeah.
We want to run Kensei.
I know. I want you to run Kensei too. It's just like it just seems so much cooler.
It does.
Yeah.
Like the thing is, it is also like way shorter than Ronin, simply because everything dies in one hit, including the player.
Imagine the difficulty.
Right?
It's
and then
cool,
Ronin just drags on.
Yeah. Forever and ever.
I mean, it's literally like 50% longer.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. It's like Kensei is like 1 hour ish about, and Ronin is like 1.5 hours and more.
Oops. Ran the wrong way. All right. So this last little section is basically charging overdrives. Who would have thought? And then also, oh no. Yeah. So it's charging overdrives and what do you call it? Going through as well, charging overdrives, and then like just trying to get through the last few sections.
But Foxy, when are we finally starting to charge our lasers?
Well, we're gonna fire our lasers when we fire them. Okay.
all right. Guess that is good enough for me.
You'll have to deal with it. Okay.
But I can't deal with it. I can't deal with this run and this luck. And this everything.
Yes. This what has happened in this run just makes me sad. Right. Like I'm just in pain.
Like if we go back in time and rewind this, I think it kind of started going wrong once you got the Steam update.
Yeah, that was literally that was
just blame it on that.
Yeah, I do.
It was Steam updating. Guys, never update Steam in the middle of your runs. It's not good luck. It's not good mojo.
Yeah. Just never update Steam. You don't have to worry about it. Never update anything. Never update your console firmware. Right. Never update your games. It's okay.
Let everything just stay the way it is. Like the good old times.
Like the good old days. But I mean, it is sort of my fault. I'm a hard ass about always using my PlayStation controller. So,
I mean, it's a controller. It should work normally, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. That is what controllers are for. And I can totally understand it personally because I really like the PlayStation 5 controllers. They are really good, I think.
It is. It took me a minute to get used to it because I was used to holding like the thinner PlayStation 4 controller. I just like it fit right in my hands because I don't have gigantic, man bear claws. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
All right, so I'm just going to be safe, equip the Vanguard. I'm going to switch out Riku for Mr. Huaka so that I don't have to worry about it anymore. All right. Okay. And we're just running. It would be nice to have some no encounter armor here, but I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's just kind of more tedious than anything. But
I mean, we're running, but are we speed running?
Yeah, we're speed interrupted, basically.
Speed interrupted running. Okay.
Yeah, because we literally get like 5 steps, and it's like encounter.
Fair enough.
For relative understanding. So I'm at 372 encounters right now. So a little bit lower than the 400 that I mentioned earlier in the run. But for like a regular any percent, if you get no encounter armor, you're about at around the 172 or 3 mark. Whereas if you don't, you can be anywhere from like 225 to 240. So literally just 10 seconds times 50. So it almost rounds out to 5. Actually, it almost rounds out to like 5 to 10 minutes, honestly, for just like how much time it takes you to go through everything.
I mean, then you also have to take into account, right, that you got into the O2 fight like 140 times, or what was it, at the beginning of the run? So, that
137.
Yeah. I mean, that's also like already like 30 minutes or something that took to do.
Yep. All right.
That was like 4 hours ago.
That was like 4 hours ago. All right. Oh man, we were cutting it so close. All right. So this one is pretty easy. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to follow the notes here. There is a faster strat, but it's not that it's not worth it. It's just we're taking it nice and safe. All right.
Imagine safety.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get another 9 here. Nice. Okay, we did. So actually,
$5 for charity.
Yeah, it's another $5 for charity. Yeah, if I would have just done that in the first bit, then it would have been fine. Like I wouldn't have had to do the slice and dice and stuff. But you know what? Who cares? Yeah. Who cares at this point? I am not just in the mood. All right. So now we have to charge overdrives. Guess what? One more time. Who would have thought?
It caught me by surprise. I'm not gonna lie. I did not see that coming.
How
could anybody have foreseen this?
Yeah. Who would have thunk? Oh, I didn't realize that. I had.
Let's be real here. You're just making up these strategies on the go, as you're running through this. Because of everything that's happened.
Yeah.
Like the Giga Brain strats are coming out now, right at the end.
Absolute Mondo Galaxy Brain. All right. This is not great. I think I'm just gonna defend and run away. If you hit the
I'll be right back.
The fungi looking boys, they they cast something called Pollen, which is just a big AoE attack that does nothing but give you status effects, and it sucks. That's all I can say.
It does sound very unfun. You're right. Yeah. Think about it. But wouldn't that normally just be a bad breath attack from a Marlboro?
True. Very true. All right.
Thinking face.
Imagine using your noggin.
All right. I mean, it's a speed run. This should all be in the document. Why do I have to think about anything here?
It's true. I don't want to think. I just want to read, and half the time I don't want to do that either.
Well, I might have bad news for you on that front then.
I wasn't ready. All right. Right. Okay. And we're looking good. Yeah, the last time I did a run that I completed, I spent at least like...
Wait, does that mean you're not going to complete this run?
Well, I'm just saying last time. But yeah, last run that I completed, I spent like 4 minutes trying to find a good encounter to charge overdrives, and I was very upsetty spaghetti about it.
God.
Yeah.
Can't imagine.
It was
does sound like unfun.
It was the not fun, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Live and let live.
Okay. Okay. And here we go. This is a fun part. We get to collect eggs. Hope everybody likes eggs. And
Look, but a completely wrong season, right? It's Halloween. It's not Easter.
What if they're evil eggs?
Oh.
Oop. Can I get this one? I hope so. I'm gonna be careful about that.
Eggs of evil.
And not get that other egg. If you want to avoid getting splintered by one of these things, you can just like keep the dialogue window open. And if you do that, it just like ignores the hitbox, which is super great. All right, so this is okay. I haven't gotten hit, which is nice.
So if you get hit by these crystal spears or whatever, you basically get into a random encounter, which obviously would lose some time. So, you know.
Yes, and then there's a chance one of the enemies automatically cast haste on themselves, and that is just a fat time waste for literally no reason.
But also the camera is like really weird on this plane. Like you have no control over it; it just randomly spins around you, which is like really weird.
Yeah, it's really funky.
Like, what were they thinking?
Okay. Okay, just make sure Riku's in critical HP. Everybody else is good to go. Yep, and let's go. I think we're going to be overestimate, which makes me very sad. But with how this run went, and I'm like, yeah, the camera is absolutely terrible. They almost gave this game a free camera, if you didn't know that.
I did not.
Yep. And one of the original demos, they showed Titus with black hair.
Oh my god. Can you imagine?
Yeah, no, I can't. All right. So I'm going to switch Orin for Yuna, and she's going to switch weapon. And Riku's going to switch weapon. And I'm going to switch Yuna for Lulu, and also switch weapon.
All the swapping.
All the swapping. And then I'm going to use 2 Wings of Discovery. We have 2 left, which I'm not going to use because you don't need to. But all right, I'm going to talk once more. Sorry. I love this song so much. This is the song that helped me learn that I was into metal.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
So I'm going to switch to Kamari, and I'm going to use Lancet.
I mean, I think it was also the first metal song in the Final Fantasy soundtrack, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. All right, and then we get frames, slice and dice. But yeah. That seems very correct, Roadkill. Makes sense for his dad, yeah. Or I think maybe he's supposed to be a rebel, so he dies it. I guess that's my guess. All right, so now we get the fun part. All right, so I'm gonna switch after all these power waves. After we're done chilling out, we're gonna get there. Trust me. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to Yuna. I'm gonna Grand Summon Shiva. And the reason we use Shiva is because we just keep, like, we've been using Shiva already, so we're not going to waste time with this, like, the incoming summon animations. And I think Shiva also has some of the highest, what do you call it, magic stats. So her overdrive does quite a bit of damage relative. So she's going to die, if you couldn't guess. Absolutely deleted.
Oh no.
Oh no. Not like we're about to kill her anyway, but you know, hey. Alright, so I'm going to switch Kimahri for Riku, who's going to use a Fire Gem. I'm going to switch Titus for Lulu. I need to get a minimum of 7 Furies here. But I'm just going to try and go for 9. Oh no, I barely missed it.
No.
No. Alright, and that's BFA. We have 1 minute to get done with the rest, which, let me tell you, this takes about 4 minutes, so.
Yeah. I mean, you're basically safe from this one onward, I think, right?
Yeah, we're safe from a speedrun standpoint, so. Super
just
nice.
have to get through the rest of it.
Yeah. Yeah. So the plan is now, I have 3 Poison Fangs, I believe. So I'm just going to throw... actually, I might just have 2. Let me double check. I think I might have 4, but I might have had 4. I wasn't quite paying the best attention. Yeah, so I have 3. I need to have exactly 2 for, what do you call it? Ixion and Ifrit. Because they have too much HP, basically, to not use one. Now I'm going to go for Bahamut. Because then I can throw a bomb core and then have Kimahri self-destruct. He gets 1 more out. He gets 1 more in here, baby.
But hey, chat, if you want Foxy to sing Sudeki Dane at the end of the run, you know, you have about 3 to 4 more minutes to get that incentive met.
Snipe it, please.
Yes, he wants to sing. He barely wants to sing after this one, you know. He wants to let all the emotions out, everything that has been bottled up in the last couple of hours. It has to come out somehow.
Somehow, some way.
Yeah, rather do that through singing than other means, I guess.
Very true.
Yeah, going to bed angrily and just waking up the next morning just like, why?
All right.
Why?
So
all sad and stuff.
Use a bomb core. Switch to Kimahri for 1 last hurrah. And then we get Yuna out of the way is the nice thing. For like turns, essentially. So Riku will always go. Riku will always go twice, more or less, so she'll easily delete some of these. Okay. So I should have the Arctic Wind that I had left over too, so I can throw that at them, because they absorb their element, as that makes sense, right? But there is a slim chance that they can die in 1 shot with a Poison Fang, which saves time, so super convenient if we get that. Although weirdly enough, they're not like weak to what what do you call it? They're not weak to the element that they are opposite, if that makes sense.
So you're like not being weak to ice and stuff, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Which is, it's just like a weird thing, isn't it? Like you'd expect that, but you know, it's just odd. But meh, whatever. All right, I'm sorry that we've gone over time. I feel bad. I feel absolutely terrible.
Look, we started about an hour earlier than was usually scheduled, so it's fine. You have another 45 minutes to make up. So
I can waste it, right? So I can just like keep dying over and over again.
Yeah, exactly.
This is reset.
Just leave the game running until people have met that donation incentive for you to sing a Sudeki Dane.
There we go. Perfect.
All right.
Right. Easy, right? That's how that works, right?
Exactly. So you also have time to actually go ahead and grab a more preferable beverage.
Yeah.
Because apparently your previous choice was poor.
Yeah. My previous choice is very poor. I don't make good decisions. That's all you need to know.
Who made the decision then?
Okay. And last but not least, Shiva. So we're out of Poison Fangs, but I'm just going to use the last 2 bomb cores that I should have. And you have to watch all the cutscenes here because there are other runs where the there are other runs like Nemesis categories that use the cutscene remover, and so you get Yojimbo in those. So just to make sure that any run is like normalized across that front. All right. And last but not least, you, Yevon.
He looks really unimpressive for a final boss in a Final Fantasy game, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's very true. I do like the concept, though, I guess. All right, so Titus has a zombie strike weapon. We apply zombie. And last but not least, our Goth GF Lulu, and time. Sorry, I forgot to mention that time was coming up. Only 5 minutes, so that's
GG's.
Not 1/10 of the run. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know. some form of smaller bit.
1/60th, I think.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for doing math. But yeah. Well, thanks for watching, guys. I really appreciate you having me. I think I'm the last run up tonight, right?
Yes, we will actually go into a bit of a sleep intermission ourselves. We will be back in, I think, about 6-ish hours or so with more runs for you guys. We'll actually start the next day off, so to speak, with Mognikora running the Messenger Randomizer. So that's gonna be pretty awesome to watch.
Yeah.
Let me just go ahead and check real quick if anybody sniped the Sudeki Dane incentive. And it looks like it got not met. Sorry to say. So I guess no singing. I guess it's on brand because you normally only sing it
for a PB. Yeah.
When you get a PB. This was obviously not one of those ones.
The game heard us talking about it, so.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I guess plugs for me, I guess. Yeah, so I'm FoxyJira, guys, again. I speedrun this game every so often. It's one of my main speed games now. I'm focusing right now on my stream on a horror month, but we'll be definitely to be doing more NSG later. So come check me out, twitch.tv/FoxyJira. Also on Twitter at that, if you ever want to catch out all the hot and spicy bad takes that I have. And yeah, feel free to come hang out. Also, please go follow Aishma. He's done a great job. It's a great speedrunner. So it's been really great to have you here, man. Really appreciate it.
It was fun to go along. Yeah, I mean, I missed this run. I don't know if it was this category. I think you did the any percent category during Indie-thon because it was late in the night. So I was like, okay, he's running during Green Game Fest. I have to be there. Yes. I gotta make that happen somehow.
Yeah, I also did run. I did run the any percent category of this at GDQ this past summer. So that VOD is on YouTube. It was a late night run for me because the run started at like 4 a.m, and me and my commentator were extra. I was running off of like an hour and a half of sleep, maybe an hour. And he was running on like 2 hours of sleep. So
it was a watch. It was a watch.
Yeah, it's something else to say the least. But yeah. So yeah, appreciate you guys having me. Take it easy and enjoy the rest of the marathon. I'll try to. What time did you run tomorrow, Aishma?
It's like 8 o'clock my time. So it is. Let's just say it's in about 14-ish hours from now. I want to say.
Okay.
A little bit less.
I should be able to watch that then. I'll have my last work shift tomorrow, so it's going to be like right on the cusp of that. So
I will be looking at chat to see if I can catch you.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, sir. Thanks so much for having me, guys. Take it easy, and I'm signing off. Bye-bye.
All right. Like we said, guys, we will cut the stream for a couple hours while we all catch some sleep, and then we'll be back with more runs. We have a whole weekend planned out for you. It is only just starting, so see you later.